The British royal family we see today represents just one generation of a monarchy that spans over 1,000 years. But how did a dynasty that once ruled vast empires come to surrender its power? Across more than a millennium of violent succession crises, global expansion, political betrayals, and enduring stone landmarks, the history of this monarchy has been meticulously preserved. With countless kings and queens, each with their own legacy, this is the entire history of the British monarchy. Our story doesn't begin with the Scots, nor even with the English, but with a Saxon prince named Egbert III. When Egbert was born in 771 AD, there was no such thing as England. Instead, the British Isles were a fragmented mosaic of clashing kingdoms, ruled by Angles, Saxons, Jutes, and Britons, all vying for control and dominance. Egbert was born to Ealhmund, King of Kent, and was the grandson of Aetha, King of Wessex. This royal lineage gave the young prince legitimate claims to both Kent and Wessex. At just 10 years old, Egbert lost his father. In the wake of Ealhmund's death, a fierce and bloody struggle for power erupted. Eventually, the crown fell into the hands of Beorhtric of Mercia. Egbert, still young but ambitious, challenged Beorhtric's rule and failed. Defeated, he first took shelter at the Mercian court before being exiled to Francia. There, in the court of Charlemagne, Egbert bided his time. He studied statesmanship, absorbed the workings of continental power, and earned valuable military experience. Over the years, he transformed into a capable and formidable leader, one who would soon alter the fate of English history. In 800 AD, following Beorhtric's death, Egbert crossed the English Channel to reclaim his birthright. Backed by influential supporters both on the continent and within the Wessex nobility, Egbert returned to his homeland and staked his claim to the Wessex throne. But the path was far from smooth. Neighboring kingdoms posed constant threats, and on the very day of his return, Egbert's brother-in-law was killed by invading Mercian forces. Still, in 802 AD, Egbert was crowned King of Wessex. With his crown secured, he immediately set to work consolidating his authority and strengthening his realm. Egbert expanded his influence by bringing the kingdoms of Kent, Essex, Sussex, and Cornwall under his control, along with significant portions of Wales. Even the powerful kingdom of Northumbria eventually submitted to the crown of Wessex, effectively placing all Anglo-Saxon territories in Britain, either directly or indirectly, under Egbert's rule. Well, almost all. The kingdom of Mercia, Egbert's longtime rival, remained a persistent challenge. For centuries, Mercia and Wessex had been locked in a cycle of warfare, trading territory, victories, and bloodshed in an endless struggle for dominance. Egbert did achieve a brief victory by driving King Wiglaf of Mercia from his lands. However, the triumph was fleeting. Within a year, Wiglaf returned and reclaimed his kingdom. Despite this setback, Egbert's legacy was cemented in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. For his efforts in unifying the Anglo-Saxon realms, he was honored with the title Bretwalda, meaning Wide Ruler of Britain. Though he never fully subdued Mercia, Egbert's reign transformed the political map of the British Isles. He laid the foundations for a broader policy of unification and expansion, one that his descendants would continue to pursue for the next 2 centuries. That policy would ultimately lead to the formation of a single kingdom, England. But there's much to unfold before that point. King Egbert of Wessex died in 839 AD. He was succeeded by his eldest son, Aethelwulf, who soon faced a very different kind of threat: the Danes. Clad in animal skins and armed with blood-stained axes, the Danish invaders launched their first official raids in 842 AD. Aethelwulf met them in battle at Achlea in 851 AD. where he claimed a hard-won victory, driving the Danes back to the sea. Yet Aethelwulf understood this was only the beginning. The ferocity and frequency of the Danish attacks shook the kingdoms of Britain to their core, so much so that it forced the centuries-old rivals, Mercia and Wessex, into an uneasy alliance. This marked the end of nearly 300 years of conflict between the two kingdoms. Aethelwulf was eventually succeeded by his son, Aethelbald. However, Aethelbald's reign was short-lived and deeply unpopular, particularly among the clergy. Much of the backlash against the new king stemmed from one highly controversial decision. Aethelbald chose to marry his father's widow. Even for the time, this was seen as deeply inappropriate, and it cast a shadow over his reign. After just 4 years on the throne, Aethelbald died, and the crown of Wessex passed to his younger brother, Aethelberht. Like his father before him, Aethelberht faced the same relentless storm from the north, the Viking menace. Ferocious raids led by the legendary Ragnar Lodbrok and his ruthless son Ivar the Boneless tore across the English coast with growing fury. No longer content with plunder, the Norsemen struck deep into the heart of Wessex, even sacking its proud capital, Winchester, in 865 AD. Refusing to yield, Aethelberht gathered his warriors and pushed the invaders back into the sea. Yet just as the kingdom began to breathe again, tragedy struck. That autumn, the king died suddenly, his cause unknown, leaving the fragile crown to his younger brother, Aethelred I, and with that, England stood once more on the brink of chaos. In the same year Aethelred became king, 867 AD, the Vikings struck a devastating blow. They captured the town of York and turned it into their first major base in England. Aethelred had no choice but to fight back. With his younger brother Alfred by his side, he gathered an army and marched to face the invaders. The battles that followed were fierce and bloody. In 871 AD, Aethelred's army was defeated at Reading, but Alfred saved the day at the Battle of Ashdown. While the king stayed behind to pray, Alfred charged ahead and surprised the Viking army, pushing them back and giving Wessex a brief moment of hope. But that hope didn't last. The Vikings returned stronger, winning more battles at Basing and Merton. Aethelred was badly wounded and soon died from his injuries, leaving the crown to his younger brother Alfred, a young man now forced to lead a broken kingdom fighting for its survival. In 874 AD, the great heathen army marched on the kingdom of Mercia, defeating Burgrad of Mercia and forcing the king into exile. With Mercia defeated, all that stood between the northern invaders and total control of England was Alfred and the kingdom of Wessex. As Danish forces closed in all around him, Alfred was pushed back and forced into a remote marsh in Somerset. He'd been betrayed by his allies, who now chose to negotiate with the invaders rather than fight. Total Danish control of Britain looked imminent, but the young king had not given up hope. He emerged from the marsh and surprised the Danish army in Edington, chasing the Danish king Guthrum back to his base in Chippenham and forcing the Danes into a siege. Guthrum held out for 2 weeks before he surrendered to Alfred's forces, and Alfred was victorious. The terms were simple. Guthrum was to leave Wessex and receive a Christian baptism. The Danish king obliged, and after his baptism was solemnized at Wedmore, he retreated to East Anglia, leaving Alfred to consolidate his gains. Victorious, Alfred took on a new name, Alfred the Great. With the Viking threat tamed, Alfred set about transforming Anglo-Saxon society for the better. He established fortified towns throughout his kingdom, built schools, and encouraged the acquisition of knowledge. There's even an unsubstantiated myth that he founded Oxford University. But perhaps his most important policy was the establishment of Danelaw. England was to be divided. The south and east belonged to the Saxons, and Saxon law applied, while the north and west belonged to the Danes, and thus were subject to Dane law. This divide is still seen culturally, politically, and financially in Britain today. Alfred brought Anglo-Saxon England into a golden age. He tamed the Danish threat and kick-started a new age of Saxon rule that permanently changed the landscape of Britain forever. Alfred the Great was followed by his son, Edward the Elder, in 899 AD. In many ways, Edward was very similar to his father, educated, religious, and an excellent military leader. During his reign, he focused on two main goals: improving how his kingdom was run and expanding his control, both to the north and the south. Edward managed to capture the Viking-held city of York, but he could only keep it for a year before being forced to leave it behind. Still, he had major successes elsewhere. He defeated the remaining Viking forces in southern England, and by the end of his reign, he controlled almost all the old Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, except for Northumbria, which still remained under Viking rule. Edward the Elder died in 924 AD from wounds he received while putting down a rebellion in Chester. After his death, the crown passed to his son, Athelstan. After securing his power at home, Athelstan looked north and achieved what his father never could. He conquered the kingdom of Northumbria and took control of York, the main Viking stronghold. With this victory, he wiped out the last major Viking territory in England and pushed the remaining Danes into Scotland. Athelstan didn't stop there. He marched into Scottish lands, and after brutal fighting on both sides, he won a major victory at the Battle of Brunanburh. The Scottish king was forced to accept Athelstan as his overlord. For the first time, one ruler held authority over all the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, from Cornwall in the far southwest all the way to the Scottish Highlands. By uniting these lands, Athelstan created what we now know as the Kingdom of England and is remembered as the first true English king. With his kingdom secure, he continued the reforms started by his grandfather, Alfred the Great. He strengthened the government, introduced important legal changes, and became more involved in European affairs than any English ruler before him. Athelstan died in 939 AD, and the crown passed to his half-brother, Edmund the Magnificent. Edmund's reign was almost entirely about holding together the powerful kingdom his half-brother Athelstan had built. The biggest threat came from the Danes, who now lived north of the English border. Soon after Edmund became king, they rebelled. They retook York and began launching destructive raids across the Midlands. But Edmund the Magnificent was not a king to take lightly. As he marched north to deal with the crisis, he paused to crush a Welsh rebellion that had been growing since Athelstan's final years. After restoring order in Wales, he pushed on and defeated the Danes at the Siege of Leicester. He then turned his attention to Scotland. Edmund sought revenge on the King of Strathclyde, who had supported the Danes during their capture of York. Edmund invaded, removed the King of Strathclyde from power, and installed Malcolm I of Scotland, but only on the condition that Malcolm accepted Edmund as his overlord. With this move, Edmund gained direct or indirect control over nearly the entire island of Great Britain. Yet despite his successes, Edmund the Magnificent could not avoid a tragic end. In 946 AD, while attending a mass at St. Augustine's in Gloucestershire, he was attacked and killed by a thief named Leofa, a man the king had previously banished. Edmund was laid to rest at Glastonbury Abbey, and the kingdom quickly scrambled to choose his successor. Since Edmund's two sons were too young to rule, the crown passed to his brother, Eadred. Eadred ruled for 9 years before dying in 955 AD from an unknown stomach illness. With his death, Edmund's eldest son, Eadwig, now 15 years old, became king. Eadwig chose to divide the kingdom between himself and his younger brother, Edgar. Eadwig ruled everything south of the River Thames, while Edgar governed the north. But Eadwig's reign was short. He died only 4 years after taking the throne, and the entire kingdom was then passed to his brother, Edgar, in 959 AD. Edgar, known as Edgar the Peaceful, oversaw what many consider a golden age. England faced no major invasions, no major rebellions, and no large-scale disasters. Under his leadership, coinage became standardized across the kingdom, and he supported major Benedictine religious reforms that reshaped English religious life. But this peace could not last forever. When Edgar died in 975 AD, England was thrown back into conflict and uncertainty once again. After Edgar's death, the throne passed to his 2 sons, Edward the Martyr and Aethelred the Unready, and their rivalry threw England into chaos. Edward became king in 975 AD, but his reign was cut short just 4 years later when he was murdered under mysterious circumstances. His younger brother Aethelred took the crown at only 12 years old. Before Aethelred had even grown into adulthood, an old threat returned from the north. The Danes began raiding English lands again, and each year their attacks grew bolder. Eventually, Aethelred could no longer ignore the danger. He gathered his army and marched out to face them, but he suffered a major defeat at the Battle of Maldon. With few options left, Aethelred chose negotiation. He paid off the Danish king and allowed the Danes to settle in Northumbria. But peace did not sit well with him. 10 years after his defeat, he ordered the St. Brice's Day Massacre, a violent attack on Danish settlers that would come back to haunt him. When news of the massacre reached King Sweyn Forkbeard of Denmark, he sailed to England seeking revenge. In 1013 AD, he forced Aethelred to flee to Normandy and took the English crown for himself. But Sweyn ruled for only 4 weeks before dying suddenly and mysteriously. Aethelred quickly returned and reclaimed the throne. Despite the Danish interruption, his 37-year reign remained the longest of any Anglo-Saxon king, and it marked the final stretch of stability England would see until the 12th century, nearly 100 years later. King Aethelred the Unready died in 1016 AD, and the crown was passed on to his son, Edmund Ironside, who, like so many of those before him, was now forced to clean up the mess his father had made. You see, unbeknownst to Edmund, the Danish king Sweyn had a son, Canute the Great, who had been amassing an army in Denmark in preparing it to sail to England. Just weeks after the death of his father, and with the coronation wine barely out of his system, Edmund was forced to meet Canute and the Danes in battle. He was unsuccessful. With Edmund wounded, the two reached an agreement. Edmund Ironside was to rule Wessex, while Canute could have the rest of the country. This was October 30th. By November 18th, Edmund was dead, and Canute assumed kingship over the entire realm. After 214 years of hegemony, the House of Wessex had officially lost its control over England, ruling uninterrupted since Egbert III in 802 AD. 1016 would prove to be the dawn of a new age on the British Isles, the Age of Danes. After centuries of Danish activity on the island, a Danish king now sat on the English throne. Canute the Great was crowned in 1016 AD, and wasted no time proving he was an astute leader and capable king. He understood that to rule the English, he would need their help. He appointed English counselors and clergymen, choosing to uphold the traditional customs and values of the land he'd inherited rather than to suppress them. He married the widow of Aethelred the Unready and allied himself closely to the church, all of which helped Canute cement his legitimacy in 1017 AD. In 1018, he was crowned King of Denmark and later conquered Sweden, uniting the three kingdoms to create the North Sea Alliance. Medieval historians look back on Canute's reign favorably. His presence brought stability to England and allowed the realm to flourish now that the threat of Viking raiders had been eliminated. He died in 1035 AD, and the crown was to be given to his son, Harald Harefoot. Harald was never meant to be the first choice for king, but with his older brother Hardicnut stuck in Norway dealing with a rebellion, the decision was made to crown Harald instead. This choice angered many powerful people in England, especially Godwin, the Earl of Wessex, and Emma of Normandy, Harold's stepmother and the widow of Aethelred the Unready. Emma had two sons from her marriage to Aethelred, both exiled to Normandy after the Danes took control of England. Now, with Hardicnut absent and Harold struggling to secure his rule, Emma urged her sons to return and reclaim their father's throne. Alfred the Noble and Edward the Confessor crossed the Channel with an army and looked to the House of Wessex for support. But instead of helping them, Godwin betrayed the young princes. He captured Alfred the Noble and handed him over for Harald Harefoot to deal with. Fearing he would be next, Edward the Confessor fled back to Normandy with his mother. Alfred the Noble was brutally blinded while in captivity and died from his wounds in 1036 AD. Harold remained king for only 4 more years before his own death in 1040. Hearing of his half-brother's passing, Hardicnut returned from Scandinavia and crowned himself King of England that same year. But like his brother, his reign too would be short, and he died in 1042 AD from an unknown illness. He had no sons, and during the last years of his life, perhaps encouraged by his mother, Emma of Normandy, he called his half-brother Edward the Confessor back from exile and named him as his heir. King Hardicnut's passing would mark the last time a Dane sat on the English throne. With Edward now on the throne, England was once again ruled by an Anglo-Saxon king. Except Edward was only really Anglo-Saxon by blood. He'd spent 25 years of his life in exile in Normandy, and as a result had an extremely Norman outlook on things. He appointed Norman counselors and Norman church leaders, and opted to speak French as opposed to Old English. He is best remembered as the founder of Westminster Abbey, still a major landmark in use in London today. As his life drew to an end and with no sons to succeed him, Edward was expected to choose an heir. He was left with 2 options: Harold Godwinson, a prominent Earl of Wessex, and William, Duke of Normandy. Choosing Harold made more political sense. He was Anglo-Saxon and came from a prominent family with ties to both the court of King Edward the Confessor and the former Danish king Canute the Great. Meanwhile, William had been an aide to Edward during his exile in Normandy and was related to the Anglo-Saxon king through Emma of Normandy, who was his aunt. The issues that arose from Edward the Confessor's succession was that it wasn't clear what the king had wanted. There are rumors that he'd promised the throne to William, but those claims are unsupported. In 1065 AD, Edward the Confessor slipped suddenly into a coma, never clarifying who was to take over the English crown. Edward died on the 5th of January 1066. A day later, Harold was crowned King of England at the newly built Westminster Abbey. Upon hearing the news of Harold's ascension, William of Normandy was outraged and began preparing to invade the island. What followed was a brief period of warfare that was about to shape England forever. King Harold found himself in an unfavorable position. He knew of William's invasion force and gathered his armies along the coast, expecting the Norman Duke to set sail soon after he had been crowned. But William didn't. Bad weather made the channel too rough to sail across, and William was forced to postpone his invasion by several months. Back in England, and with provisions starting to run out, Harold was forced to disband his army and return to London. That same day, on the 8th of September 1066, a new threat appeared, only this time far up north. Harold Hardrada, King of Norway, had arrived in Northumbria and defeated the English earls in charge of protecting the northern kingdoms. Harold had no choice but to react. He hastily regrouped his army and began a forced march north of nearly 400 kilometers to meet the Viking invaders. It took 4 days for King Harold and his men to reach modern-day Yorkshire, but on the 25th of September, they faced off against the Norwegian army at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Just outside the city of York, the English army clashed with the Norse invaders. Hardrada was killed, and Harold emerged victorious, stopping the invasion dead in its tracks. But Harold had little time to rest. Just 2 days after his victory at Stamford Bridge, word reached the king that the Norman invasion fleet had finally set sail for England. He gathered what men he had left and began the 400-kilometer march back to the English capital. Meanwhile, William of Normandy and around 7,000 men landed at Pevensey Bay in East Sussex and quickly took control of the old Roman fortifications nearby. It took King Harold and his army a week to reach the southern English coast, and Harold hoped his speech would catch William and his men by surprise. But Norman scouts had spotted Harold's army moving down and warned William of the king's arrival. On October 14, 1066, a date forever etched in the annals of British history, the two armies clashed. The battle began at 9 a.m. and lasted the entire day. The English shield walls initially stood strong, surprising the Norman Duke and forcing him back, but William had come prepared. While Harold had only foot soldiers, the Norman Duke had brought with him cavalry and archers to supplement his main force. The Norman army feigned a retreat, which prompted the English troops to rush forward. This allowed the Norman cavalrymen to rout the disorganized English foot soldiers and slaughter them where they stood. Harold, the last Anglo-Saxon king of England, was killed by an arrow which struck him in the eye. Harold's mother reportedly begged William for her son's body back, offering to pay his weight in gold for custody of her son's corpse, but William refused. Legend has it he threw the body into the ocean, allowing the waves of the English Channel to swallow the Saxon king, never to be seen again. William of Normandy was victorious. He marched on London, burning his way through southern England and forcing lords to swear fealty to him as he went. He was crowned on Christmas Day, 1066, marking the beginning of the Norman Age of England. His ascension to the English throne earned the Norman Duke a new name, William the Conqueror. As king by conquest, William now faced the unenviable challenge of consolidating his power. He brutally punished those who had stood against him by confiscating their lands, removing their royal titles, and executing anyone he deemed a threat to his rule. Families that had remained neutral during the invasion or were quick to pledge their support to William after it were rewarded and allowed to continue operating as they had before. Some were even allowed to marry into the new royal family. But a change in leadership was not all William brought with him. One of his most enduring policies was the construction of motte and bailey castles throughout his kingdom. Initially made from wood and later rebuilt with stone, these fortifications became the landmark feature of William's rule in England. From Pevensey, where he first landed, to as far north as modern-day Newcastle, these buildings were a sign of William's strength and influence over the land. Historians estimate that around 500 of these castles were built within the first 20 years of Norman rule alone, and they gave William and those loyal to him a position from which to defend themselves against revolts and usurpers, of which there were many. William's first test came when his former ally, Eustace, the Count of Boulogne, rebelled at Dover. Unhappy with his spoils of the conquest, he rallied local troops against the king and attempted to take Dover Castle, but he failed and was forced to return the land he had won. Next, the king was faced with a number of English rebellions further inland. There was Edric the Wild in Wessex, as well as Geitha, mother of Harold Godwinson, organizing revolts as south as Exeter. William dealt with those rebellions swiftly and with relatively little bloodshed. But in 1069 AD, the North rose up in revolt, and William responded in what would later be known as the Harrying of the North. It was a put-down so brutal that it left the areas of York and Durham underpopulated for centuries after. But his show of force had done its job. England was now firmly in his control. With this stability, the king felt confident enough to travel between England and the continent with increasing frequency. After 1072, he gave up making the journey and spent the majority of his time in Normandy, leaving England to be ruled by his half-brother Odo of Bayeux and his wife Matilda of Flanders. It was during this time that the first ever national census was conducted in England. The dramatically named Domesday Book was in effect a royal survey of all the lands in England simply for administrative and tax purposes. Its name derives from the Christian Day of Judgment, and the aim of the project was to streamline and regulate tax collection in the realm. Its historical relevance cannot be understated, as it gave historians an incredibly detailed look into what life was like at the time of the Norman invasion, and it currently lives in the National Archives at Kew in London. A year after the book was completed, on the 9th of September 1087 AD, William the Conqueror died of dysentery while on expedition in France. As was the custom of the time, he divided his properties between his 3 living sons. Robert got Normandy, William got England, and Henry got money. While the new King William may have inherited his father's lands and name, he had unfortunately inherited little else. Crowned king a month after his father's death, he quickly established himself as an unpopular, greedy, and self-centered ruler. He was a poor administrator who frequently angered the church and provoked his nobility with an unpredictable temperament and unyielding attitude. It's perhaps no surprise then that after 13 years of rule, King William II met his end during a hunting accident, the details of which aren't totally clear, but it is reported that William stepped in front of a stray arrow, dying of his wounds on the spot. The man who shot the arrow, William Tyrrell, fled after giving his account of the ordeal. With King William II gone, the crown was supposed to pass to his older brother, Robert, Duke of Normandy. But their youngest brother, Henry, had no intention of waiting his turn. While Robert stayed on the continent managing his duchy, Henry seized the royal treasury in London and declared himself king in 1100 AD. Robert eventually returned to challenge Henry for the throne, but the fight ended in Henry's favor. At the Battle of Tinchebray in 1106, Henry won a decisive victory. Robert was stripped of his title and spent the rest of his life imprisoned. Fortunately for England, Henry I proved to be a far stronger ruler than either of his brothers. He expanded royal administration, strengthened the legal system, and improved financial management by establishing the Court of the Exchequer, a major step forward for tax collection and granting charters. His 35-year reign was long, peaceful, and prosperous, marked by huge social and political changes. Many of the officials Henry hired were new men, talented, capable individuals who rose to power through merit rather than noble birth. But despite his successes, tragedy struck near the end of his life. His only legitimate son and heir, William Adelin, drowned in the sinking of the White Ship while returning from France. Henry, now a widower, remarried in hopes of having another son, but no new heir came. With no male successor, he made an extraordinary decision. He named his daughter Matilda as the future ruler of England. This was unheard of, and although many barons swore loyalty to her in public, they quietly doubted a woman's ability to rule. When Henry I died in 1335 AD, he believed he had solved the succession crisis. But almost immediately, the barons ignored his wishes and backed a different claimant, his nephew, Stephan of Blois. The English nobility preferred Stephan because he was familiar, respected, wealthy, and well-liked. Matilda, on the other hand, was seen as stubborn, arrogant, and, due to her many years spent in the Holy Roman Empire, practically a foreigner. What followed was a chaotic and violent period in English history known as the Anarchy. When King Henry I died, the news reached Stephan of Blois before anyone else. Acting quickly, he crossed the Channel and had himself crowned king in 1135 AD, claiming that the kingdom's stability mattered more than any promise made to support Matilda. Meanwhile, Matilda, now married to the Count of Anjou, was still in Europe, and word of her father's death took time to reach her. Because of this delay, Stephan enjoyed a calm and unchallenged start to his reign. But when Matilda finally learned of his actions, she was enraged. In 1139, she sailed to England and went straight to the court of her half-brother, Robert, Earl of Gloucester, asking for his help. Robert agreed, and together they prepared to fight Stephan for the crown. Trouble broke out in 1141 when Stephan's forces clashed with Robert's army at the Battle of Lincoln. Stephan fought bravely, but Robert's men overpowered him. The captured king was brought before Matilda, who immediately had him imprisoned in Bristol Castle. She then marched toward London, determined to be crowned queen. But her hopes collapsed quickly. Instead of a warm welcome, angry crowds of ordinary Londoners rose against her. Forced to flee the city, things got even worse when Robert was captured during the retreat from Winchester. Matilda had no choice. She released King Stephan in exchange for her brother's freedom. With Stephan back on the throne, the fighting resumed. Matilda suffered her own string of captures, but escaped each time in dramatic fashion. In one instance, she slipped out of Devizes disguised as a corpse on a cart. Later, while held at Oxford Castle, she made another daring escape by lowering herself down the snowy castle walls, dressed in white so she would blend into the landscape. She trekked through freezing night conditions to reach Wallingford, evading search parties sent to catch her. The war dragged on with no clear winner. By 1153, Matilda's son, Henry, arrived in England and began forming alliances of his own. But Matilda, exhausted and disillusioned, had already left for Normandy and handed her claim entirely to him. King Stephan, worn down by years of conflict, soon realized the kingdom could not endure much more fighting. The two sides finally agreed to the Treaty of Westminster. Stephan would remain king for the rest of his life, but after his death, Henry, the rightful heir, would take the throne. Stephan died just a year later, in 1154 AD, and Henry became King Henry II of England. From the ruins of this long civil war, England emerged under a new dynasty, one that would rule the kingdom for nearly 500 years, the Plantagenets. Henry II was crowned King of England on December 19, 1154 AD, and he wasted no time getting to work. After 18 years of civil war, England was in ruins. The strong, well-run kingdom his grandfather had once ruled was now shattered. The treasury was almost empty. Government systems barely functioned, and powerful local lords had taken advantage of the chaos to weaken the crown's authority. Henry's first goal was to rebuild royal power. He restored the authority of royal officials, re-established English dominance over Wales, tore down the countless illegal castles built during the Anarchy, and reclaimed many rights the crown had lost under King Stephan. Next came the kingdom's finances, a critical problem. The war had disrupted nearly all sources of royal income, and England had lost nearly half of its revenue. Henry inherited a financial disaster and needed someone exceptional to fix it. That someone was Thomas Becket, a talented London cleric known for his sharp mind and administrative skill. Impressed by his abilities, Henry appointed Becket as Lord Chancellor in 1155, placing him in charge of the crown's finances. Becket excelled in the role, and Henry admired him deeply. Like many of Henry's new men, Becket rose through ability rather than noble birth, reflecting the ideals Henry's grandfather had championed. Their bond grew beyond politics. The two became close friends, and Henry even sent his young son, Henry, to live in Becket's household, a clear sign of trust and affection between their families. So when the Archbishop of Canterbury died, Henry saw a perfect opportunity. The English church had grown increasingly powerful and independent, and Henry wanted to bring it back under royal influence. Encouraging a hesitant Thomas Becket to accept the position of Archbishop seemed like the ideal solution. With Becket as both Chancellor and head of the English Church, Henry believed he had secured a major victory, a win-win for the crown. Becket had been extremely powerful as Chancellor, but by becoming Archbishop, Henry expected him to lose some of that influence. Henry assumed that Becket, now weaker politically, would depend on him for support and therefore follow the crown's wishes. Henry also believed his old friend would help reduce the growing power of the church in England. But Henry was completely wrong. Right after Becket became Archbishop in 1162 AD, he changed dramatically. He cut off his close ties with the royal family and began to present himself as a strong defender of the church and its rights. Henry's plan had failed in the worst way possible. Their long friendship meant nothing once they began fighting over major issues, especially the question of whose courts were more powerful, the king's or the church's. At this time, any member of the clergy who committed a crime could only be tried in a church court, not a royal one. Henry hated this. To him, it made the crown look weak, as if priests did not have to follow the laws of the kingdom. On top of that, many government officials were clergymen, which worried Henry even more. He wanted control back. He argued that priests who committed crimes should be tried in the king's courts like everyone else. Becket strongly refused. This infuriated Henry II, who was known for his explosive temper. Fearing that the king might have him killed, Becket fled to France. The Pope eventually stepped in to calm the situation and arranged a tense, uneasy peace between the two former friends. But as soon as Becket returned to England, he made things worse. He immediately excommunicated, essentially cast out of the church, the bishops who had supported King Henry during his time in exile. This only deepened the conflict. Henry exploded with anger once again, and 4 of his knights, perhaps hoping to win the king's approval, rode to Canterbury. There, inside the cathedral, they murdered Thomas Becket on the steps of the altar. The whole kingdom was shocked. Henry himself was horrified by what had happened and deeply regretted it. Overcome with guilt, Henry walked to Canterbury Cathedral dressed in sackcloth and ashes. He even allowed the monks to whip him as a sign of repentance. Becket was soon seen as a martyr, and instead of weakening the church as Henry had hoped, the church grew even more powerful after his death. But Henry's problems didn't end there. His downfall would come from his own children. In 1173, his eldest son, also named Henry, and heir to the throne, rebelled against him. He was joined by his brothers Richard and Geoffrey, along with several European rulers. This began the Great Revolt. Henry II had to fight his own sons on the battlefield. The rebellion was only defeated thanks to Henry's loyal and skilled commanders, many of them new men he had promoted based on talent rather than noble birth. A decade later, in 1183, young Henry and Geoffrey launched another revolt. Once again, they failed, and both died only a few years afterward. Soon, Philip II of France convinced Richard, who had stayed neutral before, to turn against his father. Together, they launched one final rebellion. Henry II was defeated. Sick, exhausted, and betrayed, he returned to his castle in Anjou, where he died shortly after in 1189 from a bleeding ulcer. Richard had finally forced his father out of power, and now he prepared to take the throne of England. Richard I was crowned king at Westminster Abbey on September 3, 1189. In English history, he is remembered as Richard the Lioneheart, a nickname earned through his courage and skill in battle. But Richard's reign was unusual. He spent almost all of it outside England. In total, Richard lived in England for only about 10 months before leaving to join King Philip II of France on what would later be called the Third Crusade. Their goal was to reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim control. Richard proved himself a brilliant and ruthless military leader on the battlefield. His clashes with the famous Muslim commander Saladin became legendary. Although Richard did not retake Jerusalem, he did win back several important territories for the Crusaders. However, this focus on war meant England received very little attention from its king. To Richard, the kingdom was mostly a source of money to fund his campaigns in the Middle East. On his return journey from the Crusades, Richard was captured by Leopold of Austria, a man who personally disliked him. Leopold demanded a huge ransom. Back in England, Richard's younger brother John, who had been left in charge, hesitated to pay the £60,000 sum. Eventually, with help from Archbishop of Canterbury and his mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine, the ransom was raised and Richard was freed. But the Lionheart's fate was sealed soon after. While fighting in France, Richard was struck by a crossbow bolt. The wound became infected with gangrene, and it soon became clear to everyone that the king would not survive. Before Richard died, he asked to see the person who had shot him. To his shock, a young boy was brought before him. The child explained that Richard had killed his father and brother, and he had tried to kill the king to avenge them. He believed Richard would order his execution. Instead, in one final act of mercy, Richard forgave him, saying, "Live on, and by my bounty behold the light of day." With his brother now dead, John was crowned King of England in 1199 AD. Like his older brother before him, John too was given a nickname, although one far less romantic. He was called John Lackland, or Lack of Land, as he was not expected to inherit any significant lands upon his father's death. But as fate would have it, as the youngest of Henry II's 4 sons, John had not been involved in any of the wars against his father, and had therefore been given lands in Ireland and France as a thank you for his loyalty. Unfortunately, though, this was about as good as it got for King John. While Richard the Lionheart was an absent but popular king, John was the complete opposite. He was a poor administrator, a greedy statesman, and a terrible fighter whose over-involvement in ruling led to a sharp decline in the power of the English crown. In 1204, he lost all his family's lands on the continent, severing the aristocracy of Normandy from England for the first time since William the Conqueror's ascension in 1066. He was briefly excommunicated in 1209 by Pope Innocent III after an argument with his clergy, and was becoming increasingly unpopular with the barons of England for his poor leadership and decision-making. After failing to recapture his territories of Normandy, King John was forced to return to England and face a powerful rebellion from his barons. Unhappy with the king's new fiscal policies and demanding that their righteous nobility be respected, they forced the king in signing the Great Document, or the Magna Carta, in 1215 AD. The English crown changed forever that day, as the king agreed to be bound by common law and tradition, especially where it affected the rights and privileges of the nobility. It essentially put the crown directly under the rule of law, as opposed to the other way around, as it had been since England was founded. Its impact was astronomical, although not immediate. While it was nothing more than a power grab by the barons of England, it eventually went on to form the basis of the English Constitution, and included several clauses that were later interpreted as definitions of democratic freedom and the rights of an individual under common law. King John had hoped that by signing the Magna Carta, he could appease his nobility and stop a war from breaking out in the kingdom, but once again, he was wrong. Still unhappy with King John's rule, the First Barons' War ignited in England in 1215. But despite backing from the King of France, the English barons were unable to score any decisive victories over King John and his men, and the war quickly became a stalemate. While on campaign, King John died of dysentery he'd contracted while overindulging on peaches, a fitting death perhaps. As a result, the throne was passed on to his son Henry, who now had the unpleasant task of finishing what his father had started. Henry III became King of England on October 28, 1216, when he was only 9 years old. He inherited a kingdom in serious trouble, still in the middle of the First Barons' War. Since Henry was too young to lead an army, his forces were commanded by William Marshal, the first Earl of Pembroke, a loyal and experienced knight who had served 5 English kings. Marshal proved to be an excellent commander and defeated the rebel barons at the Battle of Lincoln and the Battle of Sandwich in the same year. With the enemy beaten, the barons now had to face their new king. Henry showed surprising wisdom for someone so young. Instead of taking revenge, he promised to follow the Magna Carta, agreeing to limit his royal power and respect the rights of the nobility. With the war finally over, Henry focused on rebuilding the kingdom. With the help of skilled advisors and officials, the next several years were spent restoring royal control and repairing the damage caused during the rebellion. By 1230 AD, Henry had grown into adulthood and now ruled in his own right. With his authority restored, he turned his attention to the biggest failure of his father's reign, the loss of English lands in France. Determined to reclaim them, Henry gathered an invasion fleet and planned to take the territories back by force. However, the campaign was a major failure. Following advice from Hubert de Burgh, 1st Earl of Kent, Henry avoided battling the French army directly and instead marched through the countryside demanding loyalty from local lords. Some agreed, many did not, and the campaign achieved almost nothing. Henry was forced to return to England without success, and once he left, The French barons who had sworn loyalty to him quickly returned to supporting the French king. The failed invasion cost a great deal of money, damaged Henry's reputation, and made him unpopular with the English nobility. Hubert de Burgh lost the king's trust and was removed from office. Henry even had him imprisoned in the Tower of London, and the man who replaced him proved no better. Peter de Roche became the king's justiciary and at once began undoing the policies of the previous administration. He seized lands and wealth from his rivals without going through the royal courts, which infuriated the nobility, who felt that their rights were once again being ignored. Richard Marshal, son of William Marshal, who had commanded the king's forces during the First Barons' War, started raising an army, this time to support the English barons. They maintained that the king had once again failed to uphold the rights guaranteed to them by Magna Carta, and another civil conflict arose. With no decisive victory over the rebels and growing problems in France, King Henry was forced to act. He dismissed Peter de Roche and fully accepted the demands of the rebels. Henry had learned his lesson. England would no longer be ruled by powerful ministers, and he resolved to manage the kingdom personally. Unfortunately, Henry lacked administrative skill. He placed absentee Italian clerics into church offices and filled civil positions with French officials, which predictably angered the English nobles once more. This pushed the barons to take action against the king yet again. Henry was compelled to sign the Provisions of Oxford, a document granting the barons the power to veto the king's decisions. Although he agreed at first, Henry soon tried to withdraw his support, sparking the third civil war of his reign. Led by Simon de Montfort, Henry's brother-in-law, the rebel forces succeeded in capturing the king at the Battle of Loo in 1265. With Henry in his hands, Simon summoned the first English Parliament. From the French word parle, meaning to speak, he gathered 2 knights from every shire and 2 representatives from every borough to deliberate. Their meeting resulted in the formation of a new governing system, one that endures in England to this day. Henry's eldest son, Edward Longshanks, so called for his tall and slender build, had also been captured at the Battle of Loo. Shortly after Parliament convened, Edward escaped and within a few months crushed Simon at the Battle of Evesham in 1265. The Second Barons' War soon concluded, and Edward departed England, leaving his father restored to the throne. In 1275, Henry III declared that he intended to join his son on crusade, but he died only a few months later. Edward was summoned back from the continent and gradually returned to English soil. Arriving back on the island in 1274, Edward Longshanks was crowned at Westminster Abbey soon after becoming King of England. He inherited a kingdom that had endured 3 major uprisings over the previous 56 years, meaning he faced significant challenges from the start. King Edward I immediately began overhauling royal governance and strengthening the common law system, issuing a series of statutes that redefined criminal and property regulations across the country. Edward had also taken careful note of the failures of his father and showed greater respect toward the concerns of the nobility. He met regularly with knights, representatives, and townsmen to discuss matters that affected their lives, quickly establishing a reputation as both a capable and fair monarch. Yet even with his efforts focused on restoring stability within England, King Edward could not avoid involvement in overseas conflicts. The first arose in Wales in 1282, where a Welsh leader named Llywelyn led a revolt. The royal army soon encountered the deadly effectiveness of Welsh longbowmen and endured significant casualties before ultimately defeating the rebellion. Seeking to tighten English control over Wales, Edward built a network of castles throughout the territory and expanded the crown's presence in the region. In 1284, his son Edward was born in Wales, and shortly afterward granted the title Prince of Wales, a designation still given to the heir to the English throne in the present day. By 1291, Edward's attention was drawn to a new conflict, this time along the northern border. He was invited to mediate a dispute among three competing claimants to the Scottish throne, and he selected John Balliol as king. However, Balliol had previously sworn homage to Edward, compromising the supposed neutrality of the decision. This infuriated the Scottish lords, who responded by forming an alliance with France, leaving England in a strategically dangerous position. Edward answered by asserting feudal overlordship over Scotland and marched north with his forces, invading in 1296. He defeated Balliol and effectively seized the Scottish crown for himself. Edward also seized the Stone of Scone, a sacred symbol of Scottish monarchy upon which their kings had traditionally been crowned. The stone continues to be used in coronations of British monarchs today and is housed at Westminster Abbey in London. Because of his harsh and decisive actions in Scotland, Edward Longshanks earned a new title, Edward the Hammer of the Scots. Meanwhile, back in England, Edward was overseeing significant changes to the structure of government. He supported the submission of petitions to Parliament, and the King's Council met far more regularly than it had in the past. He also worked to define more clearly the duties of various legal courts. The Court of King's Bench dealt with criminal and royal matters. The Court of Exchequer oversaw financial affairs of the Crown, and the Court of Common Pleas handled everyday disputes between subjects. From this evolving system, a new profession emerged, the lawyer. Seeking greater efficiency in the courts, Edward removed legal practice from clerical control and developed a new class of educated laymen whose responsibility was to study and interpret the law independent of the church. This shift led to the creation of the Inns of Court, grand residences where students and barristers lived and trained together. Barristers instructed students in English common law as well as important social accomplishments such as music and dancing. These institutions became the model for collegiate organizations across England. During Edward's rule, the foundations of the academic system now associated with Oxford University took shape, expanding earlier learning institutions first established more than 2 centuries earlier by Alfred the Great. King Edward I died in 1307 from dysentery while campaigning in Scotland. Legend claims that on his deathbed, he requested that his bones be carried with the army into Scotland so the fight might continue. Another tale suggests that he wished his heart to join the next crusaders heading toward the Holy Land. True or not, these stories reflect how much Edward saw himself as a warrior king. While he was indeed a formidable military leader, it was his administrative reforms that left the greatest mark on England. The rise of professionally trained lawyers, combined with a growing merchant class, helped form an early middle class where none had previously existed. Parliament became more authoritative and credible during his reign. And despite his reputation for warfare, the era of King Edward I was one of stability and prosperity for the ordinary people of England. King Edward I was followed on the throne by his son, Edward II, who was crowned in 1307 at Westminster Abbey. Unlike his father, who had immediately set to work repairing the kingdom he had inherited, Edward II stepped into a realm that required no urgent reform. Edward I's government had strengthened England socially, politically, and militarily, and the recently acquired Scottish crown only added to its prestige. England was stable, prosperous, and emerging as one of the dominant powers in Europe. Yet despite this strength, the new king seemed almost indifferent toward the responsibilities of monarchy. Edward II soon tired of the duties of kingship and turned his attention elsewhere, particularly toward favored young noblemen. The first of these intense attachments was Piers Gaveston. Confident in his place as the king's favorite, Gaveston behaved with arrogance, openly exploiting his influence and clashing repeatedly with the English nobility. He accompanied Edward everywhere, becoming nearly inseparable from the king, but not everyone was pleased with his growing power. Gaveston's conduct began to offend the French royal family as well, to whom Edward was connected through his marriage to Isabella of France. Facing rising disapproval from both his own nobles and the French crown, Edward II reluctantly agreed to banish Gaveston. The exile, however, was short-lived. By 1307, Gaveston had returned to England and resumed his position at the king's side. When Parliament convened in 1308, Edward wished to discuss possible reforms, but the barons refused to proceed until Gaveston's presence was addressed. Edward initially resisted, and a violent confrontation seemed likely. But when the Archbishop of Canterbury threatened Gaveston with excommunication, the king finally relented. Gaveston was sent to Aquitaine, presumably for good. Predictably, this exile did not last either. Edward once again brought Gaveston back, enraging the nobles and igniting yet another uprising. After a series of pursuits between the king's forces and the armies of the barons, Gaveston was seized at Scarborough Castle and transported to Warwick, where he was tried for treason. On the authority of the Earl of Lancaster, Gaveston was executed by beheading. The king was said to be devastated by the loss. Still grieving his companion, Edward II suffered a major military defeat at the hands of Robert the Bruce at the Battle of Bannockburn. After only 18 years under English rule, Scotland regained its independence in 1314. Edward attempted to shift his reliance to a new favorite, Hugh de la Spencer. As before, the Despencer family rose rapidly in influence as a result of the king's favor, but this time the English barons had reached their breaking point. A new civil war erupted, led by the Earl of Lancaster, the same man responsible for Gaveston's execution, who brought forces against the crown and its loyal armies. After 5 years of fighting, King Edward II finally secured victory. The Earl of Lancaster met the same fate he had once imposed on Gaveston and was beheaded at Pontefract Castle in 1326. With the opposition crushed, the Despencer family, whose power had already been increasing even before the conflict, now rose to an unprecedented level of control across England. With the barons subdued, Queen Isabella once again felt compelled to intervene. Supported by the French monarchy, Isabella raised an army and advanced against her own husband. Alongside her longtime lover, Roger Mortimer, she overpowered King Edward and his forces, captured Hugh le Despencer, and put him on trial for treason. As many expected, Despencer was found guilty and sentenced to die by hanging, drawing, and quartering. Fearing that Edward II would eventually attempt to reclaim his authority, Isabella forced him to abdicate the throne. Their son, Edward III, was chosen to succeed him. Edward III was only 15 years old when the English crown passed to him, yet he inherited a kingdom in deep trouble. His father's unconventional approach to ruling had left England financially strained, and royal authority had been steadily weakened by powerful barons who controlled much of the land. But the young king could not immediately begin repairing the damage. He first had to reach the age at which he could legally rule. Until then, his mother Isabella and her ally Roger Mortimer governed as regents in his stead. Edward deeply resented this arrangement. Mortimer wielded almost all real authority, and Isabella consistently supported her lover in matters of state, leaving Edward sidelined within his own court. In 1330, just before his 18th birthday, Edward III seized control. He ordered Mortimer's execution by hanging and assumed full command of the English monarchy. With power finally his, Edward followed the traditional path of many medieval rulers. He turned to war. He first looked north to the recently independent Kingdom of Scotland. Leading a determined campaign, he defeated Scottish forces and reclaimed territory that his father had lost. Yet holding on to these advances proved difficult, and soon an even greater challenge loomed across the Channel. In 1337, King Philip VI of France seized the Duchy of Aquitaine from the English crown, provoking Edward's fury. Instead of pursuing compromise as his father might have, Edward responded by asserting a claim to the French throne itself. This decision sparked what would become one of Europe's most devastating conflicts, a war that would stretch on for generations, cost countless lives, and outlast not only Edward III, but also his grandsons. Although Edward III did have a legal argument for the French crown, as the grandson of King Philip IV, the French nobility rejected his claim. A new legal principle, agnatic succession, which limited inheritance strictly to direct male lineage, meant that Edward's claim through his mother was dismissed by the French court. Nevertheless, Edward III was prepared to press his claim through force. After early challenges, the initial stage of the conflict began to favor England. Major victories at the battles of Crécy and Poitiers secured the Treaty of Bretigny, an agreement highly advantageous to England, granting it additional lands on the continent. In return, Edward agreed to abandon his claim to the French throne. However, the treaty did not bring any lasting peace. Hostilities soon reignited between the two realms, but by then, both kingdoms, and indeed all of Europe, were facing an even more catastrophic crisis. The continent was being devastated by the deadliest disaster in recorded human history. In 1348, the Black Death reached English shores. Pus-filled swellings, vomiting, and bleeding marked the disease's victims, and soon the streets of London were strewn with decaying bodies. Many at the time believed the plague to be a direct punishment from God. Before it finally loosened its grip, the bubonic plague wiped out between 1/3 and 1/2 of Europe's population in just 5 years. King Edward III was among the fortunate who escaped infection, as the disease spread most rapidly in the tightly packed and unsanitary urban centers of England, where the common population suffered catastrophic losses. Nothing in England's history had ever accelerated social change as dramatically as the plague. The unprecedented death toll created a countrywide labor shortage that placed immense strain on the economy. With far fewer workers available, landowners began enclosing their properties and moving away from traditional crop farming toward sheep herding, which required only a fraction of the manpower, around 1/5 as much. As a result, feudal lords began allowing peasants who had once been tied to their land under serfdom to purchase their release and seek work elsewhere. This shift gave rise to a new social class, paid, mobile laborers. People whose families had lived in the same village for centuries were suddenly able to move freely, and many relocated to the cities that had been hollowed out by the plague. Meanwhile, the growing focus on sheep and wool production would go on to reshape England's economy in the years ahead. By the end of Edward III's reign, England was almost a different country entirely. He had solidified its position as one of the most powerful military nations in Europe, strengthened government and legal institutions, and presided over an economic transformation that helped pull the kingdom into a new era as it recovered from the devastation of the plague. His 50 years on the throne made him the longest reigning monarch England had ever known up to that point, though his final years were marked by illness and declining health. Edward III died on June 21, 1377, having outlived his eldest son, the famed Black Prince. The crown therefore passed to his grandson, Richard II. Richard ascended the throne at a young age, becoming king at only 10 years old. Like his grandfather before him, he had to rely on the governance of others until he was old enough to rule independently. John of Gaunt became the first effective ruler in his place, having already stepped in during the final years of Edward III's life, when the aging king was bedridden. John continued to oversee the realm after Richard's coronation in 1377. However, there was a serious issue. Edward's long reign had not been without difficulty, and by this point, the problems that had started to emerge earlier were now close to collapsing entirely. The English treasury was under immense pressure as it struggled to finance the ongoing 100 Years' War. France, being both larger and wealthier, had far fewer issues funding its military forces. During this period, there was a genuine fear of a French invasion, and the English army was not well prepared to defend against it. To raise the needed funds, John of Gaunt implemented a new poll tax, which required every person over the age of 15 to pay 1 shilling to support the war on the continent. This was a significant amount for ordinary people, and it was met with strong opposition from the peasantry. After the post-Black Death economic surge had faded, peasants had returned to low-paid labor simply to survive. At the same time, many landowners attempted to restore systems of servitude and re-establish the conditions of serfdom. These combined pressures, low wages, renewed attempts to restrict freedom, and the burden of the new tax sparked a major uprising that posed a serious challenge to King Richard's rule. Led by the priest John Ball, a massive crowd of around 100,000 people marched on London to demand the abolition of the new poll tax in what became known as the Peasants' Revolt. Once inside the capital, the mob quickly descended into violence. They burned the Savoy Palace, the grand residence of John of Gaunt, and even executed the Archbishop of Canterbury. With the situation spiraling out of control, King Richard II and the Lord Mayor of London agreed to meet the rebels just outside the city to hear their demands. At first, the negotiations were civil. However, one of the revolt's key leaders, Wat Tyler, became hostile and demanded far more than the king and mayor were prepared to give. Offended, the Lord Mayor drew his sword and killed Tyler on the spot. Afraid that the crowd would erupt once again, the young king made a remarkably bold move. He stepped forward and commanded the peasants to follow him. Removing them from the scene of their leader's death, he assured them that he would grant the reforms they had demanded. The crowd dispersed peacefully. But Richard's promises were empty. As soon as the rebels returned home, the king's council reversed every concession and began a brutal retaliation. The leaders of the revolt were arrested, tried, and hanged as traitors. Richard never forgave his council for the way they had handled the situation, and the episode planted a lasting distrust between the young king and his advisors. Over time, Richard's inner circle grew smaller, consisting of only 3 trusted men who gained enormous influence due to their closeness to him. Other nobles resented this favoritism and feared losing their power. In response, a coalition of powerful nobles formed the Lords Appellant. They seized control of the government in 1387 and demanded that Richard dismiss his inner circle. The following months were filled with instability, ultimately forcing the king to exile or execute his closest allies. For nearly 10 years, a fragile peace followed, while Richard slowly rebuilt royal authority and clawed back influence from the dominating parliament controlled by the Lords Appellant. By 1397, Richard had regained enough support to strike back. In what historians call Richard's tyranny, He arrested, tried, and executed several of the Lords Appellant. The next year, he went even further by declaring all acts of the so-called merciless Parliament completely void. He then transferred all parliamentary authority to a hand-picked committee composed of 12 lords and 6 commoners, each selected by the king himself. This effectively transformed Richard into an absolute monarch who no longer needed the consent of Parliament to rule. But even with this new power structure in place, one serious threat to Richard's authority remained: the House of Lancaster. At its head stood John of Gaunt, leader of the wealthiest and most influential noble household in England. Richard had already exiled John's son, Henry Bolingbroke, the previous year during his consolidation of power, but the Lancastrians still posed a formidable challenge. They not only held vast wealth and influence, but they were direct royal descendants, John being the youngest surviving son of King Edward III. Many in England believed that if Richard, who was childless, were to die, the House of Lancaster was the rightful successor to the English throne. For a moment, fortune appeared to favor Richard. John of Gaunt died in 1399, seemingly giving the king the opportunity to eliminate the threat once and for all. Richard seized Bolingbroke's inheritance, confiscating the Lancastrian lands and stripping Henry of his rightful claim to both his estates and the throne. Believing he had finally secured his position, Richard turned his attention westward, focusing on unrest in Ireland. He assembled an army of around 8,000 men and departed England in May 1399, landing in Dublin shortly afterward. But while the king was campaigning overseas, political instability erupted on the continent. Charles VI of France had been overthrown by Louis I, and the new French ruler quickly recognized an opportunity. Eager to weaken England in the ongoing Hundred Years' War, Louis allowed the exiled Henry Bolingbroke to return home with a modest force. Once back in England, Henry rapidly gained support from nobles and commoners alike and staked his claim to the throne. With Richard absent in Ireland, Henry's return went uncontested. He gathered an army and soon confronted the king, defeating him with little resistance. Richard was captured, imprisoned, and eventually died of starvation within the Tower of London. Though Henry Bolingbroke's claim to the crown was not the strongest in terms of lineage, it faced no meaningful opposition from either Parliament or the English people. On the 30th of September 1399, he was crowned King Henry IV, marking the beginning of Lancastrian rule. The reign of Henry IV was notable for several historic firsts. He is believed to have been the first English monarch since the Norman conquest of 1066 to formally address his subjects in English rather than Norman French. Shortly after his coronation in 1400, he also hosted Manuel II Palaiologos, the Byzantine emperor, marking the only recorded visit of a reigning Byzantine ruler to England. And in 1406, English pirates captured the young James, future James I of Scotland, off the coast of Yorkshire. Only 11 at the time, the prince remained King Henry's captive throughout his reign. Aside from these notable episodes, Henry IV's time on the throne was dominated by political unrest. Much of his rule was spent dealing with internal plots, uprisings, and several attempts on his life. In 1400, he faced a major rebellion in Wales led by Owain Glyndwr, which required years of campaigning to suppress. At the same time, Henry had to contend with repeated uprisings in the north, led by Henry Percy, the powerful first Earl of Northumberland. These conflicts culminated in the Percy Rebellion and the Battle of Shrewsbury in 1403. It was at Shrewsbury that Henry's eldest son, Henry of Monmouth, future King Henry V, distinguished himself as a military commander. Leading royal forces to a decisive victory, he proved his abilities on the battlefield, though he was severely wounded when an arrow struck him in the face. Despite the injury, he survived, further enhancing his reputation. On April 9, 1413, Henry of Monmouth was crowned King Henry V at Westminster Abbey. A fierce snowstorm swept across the gathered crowds that day, but despite the biting cold, Henry stood before them and addressed his people. Contemporary descriptions portray him as tall, lean, and ruddy-faced, with a commanding presence and the battlefield experience to back it up. By the time he ascended the throne, Henry was already a seasoned military commander. As a teenager, he had helped suppress the Lollard Rising, a religious and political movement that challenged royal authority. The following year, he exposed and dismantled the Southampton Plot, a conspiracy backed by several nobles who sought to place Edmund Mortimer on the throne. The scheme gained little popular support, and Mortimer himself remained loyal, informing Henry of the plot rather than joining it. Seeking to further establish a unified national identity, Henry took a groundbreaking step in government administration. He promoted the use of the English language, replacing Norman French in official records, and even using English in his personal letters, the first king to do so since the Norman Conquest, nearly 350 years earlier. With his domestic problems securely under control, Henry turned his attention to the old struggle that had shaped generations before him, the 100 Years' War. Though hostilities between England and France had quieted in recent years, the conflict was far from resolved. In 1415, determined to reclaim lost territories on the continent, Henry set sail for France and landed at Harfleur in Normandy, preparing once again to wage war on French soil. After a short but grueling siege, Henry finally captured the port of Harfleur, but the victory came at a heavy price. The siege had dragged on far longer than he intended, and the conditions ravaged his forces. Henry had landed in Normandy with 12,000 men, but by the time Harfleur fell, disease, starvation, and desertion had cut his army down to barely 6,000. Despite the exhaustion and the warnings of his council, Henry made a bold decision. Rather than wait for reinforcements, he ordered his remaining troops to march across northern France to the English-held port of Calais, where they could resupply and return home. But reaching Calais would not be so simple. Blocked from crossing the River Somme, Henry was forced to march inland, giving the French time to gather their forces. Near the small village of Agincourt, his weary army was finally intercepted. Outnumbered 5-1, with many of his soldiers weakened by dysentery and the long march, Henry faced little choice. He would have to fight. The night before the battle, heavy rain turned the fields of Agincourt into a thick, clinging swamp. Henry, an experienced commander, immediately saw an opportunity. On the morning of October 25, 1415, the French advanced, launching a full cavalry charge straight at the English center. Henry ordered his longbowmen forward and unleashed a storm of arrows. With an effective killing range of nearly 250 meters, the English longbows tore into the French cavalry, who struggled to gain speed in the sodden ground. Some knights were forced to dismount, others slipped and drowned where they fell, trapped beneath the mud and weight of their armor. By the time the remnants of the cavalry finally closed in, they were met with yet another nasty surprise. Henry had ordered his archers to hammer large, sharpened stakes into the ground in front of their lines, a new tactic never before employed by the English in battle against France. The result was devastating. The French cavalry smashed into a wall of destruction and chaos, and the Battle of Agincourt was only just beginning. The French cavalry charge achieved nothing, and a brutal melee followed. Before long, English archers dropped their bows and joined the fight in close quarters. The tide of battle turned swiftly in England's favor as their lightly equipped soldiers cut down French knights who were trapped and struggling in the thick mud beneath the weight of their armor. Victory soon belonged to Henry. His battered but triumphant forces marched into Calais without opposition. When Henry returned to England a few months later, he was celebrated as a national hero. Streets were crowded with cheering citizens, elaborate pageants were staged, and choirs filled the churches with song. It was a moment of immense national pride and became the most celebrated English victory of the 100 Years' War. From a political perspective, the triumph greatly strengthened Henry V's legitimacy as a claimant to the French crown. It deepened divisions within the French court, and by 1420, the Treaty of Troyes was signed, formally recognizing Henry as regent and heir to the French throne. Henry had now reasserted English control over Normandy, secured an alliance with Burgundy, and gained the support of King Sigismund of Hungary, whose Treaty of Canterbury affirmed the English claim to France. The unification of England and France appeared not only possible, but almost unavoidable. Henry planned that once the crowns were joined, he would turn his ambitions toward launching a crusade. However, his plans never came to fruition, as he died in 1422, leaving the throne to his young son, Henry VI. Despite his short reign, Henry V reshaped England's place in European affairs and helped forge a new sense of national identity. Under his leadership, England regained territory on the continent and reached the height of its territorial power in mainland Europe. Henry VI was crowned at Westminster Abbey on the 1st of September 1422. England was no stranger to young monarchs, but Henry broke every precedent, becoming king at only 9 months old, making him the youngest English monarch in history. Still an infant and breastfeeding, the responsibilities of government immediately fell to a council of regents who governed in his name. Only months after his English coronation, the baby king traveled to France, where he was crowned in Notre Dame Cathedral in accordance with the Treaty of Troyes his father had secured just a few years earlier. This made Henry VI the only English king ever crowned on French soil as King of France. While he awaited adulthood, Henry's mother, Catherine of Valois, remarried a Welsh squire named Owen Tudor, with whom she had 2 sons, Edmund and Jasper. Henry later granted his half-brothers noble titles and earldoms in Normandy, positions that would eventually shape the course of English history. At 16, Henry formally assumed full royal authority, but his reign began at a moment of deep misfortune. England had entered the Great Slump, a prolonged economic downturn that would last nearly 50 years and steadily erode the crown's strength. On top of this, Henry's personal disposition proved ill-suited to the demands of kingship. He was described as gentle, deeply pious, reserved, and staunchly opposed to violence. Admirable qualities in a monk, but disastrous in a medieval king. Compared to his charismatic and warlike father, Henry VI appeared timid, indecisive, and weak. Had he been an effective administrator, some of this may have been forgiven. Instead, his reign was troubled by periodic mental breakdowns so severe that he became incapable of ruling. Each episode forced governmental authority back into the hands of regents, creating political instability and weakening royal control. As the crown's ability to enforce order faltered, unrest and lawlessness spread throughout the kingdom. Ambitious nobles sensed opportunity in the king's fragility and began maneuvering for greater power, plunging England toward an era of disorder and civil conflict. Quarreling among themselves and raising private armies to assert their own regional dominance, the kingdom's great lords plunged England deeper into disorder. Although Henry occasionally recovered enough to resume personal rule, Each new episode of madness further eroded his authority and the crown's ability to impose order. Meanwhile, the 100 Years' War, an epic conflict that had defined English foreign policy for 5 generations, stuttered to its conclusion under Henry's reign. England, which had enjoyed many triumphs earlier in the war, now suffered catastrophic losses. By the end, Henry had surrendered every French possession won by his father except for the port of Calais, reinforcing his image in the eyes of many as a disastrous and ineffective king. With the realm unraveling, England soon descended into civil war. One powerful noble house had been quietly building its strength while Henry struggled to maintain even a tenuous grasp on his sanity. The House of York, which traced its lineage back to King Edward III, the Plantagenet monarch whose line had been usurped when Henry Bolingbroke seized the crown less than a century earlier, now prepared to challenge the Lancastrian kingship itself. In 1460, the simmering tensions finally exploded, igniting the conflict that would become known as the Wars of the Roses, named for the Red Rose of Lancaster and the White Rose of York. The Yorkist forces won a swift and decisive victory at the Battle of Northampton on the 10th of July, capturing King Henry VI and taking him as their prisoner. Queen Margaret of Anjou, however, managed to escape. She fled through Wales and into Scotland, where she secured refuge and support at the court of the Scottish Queen Regent, Mary of Guelders. After raising an army of her own, Queen Margaret marched back into England, determined to rescue her imprisoned husband. She first struck at the Yorkists at the Battle of Wakefield, achieving a decisive victory before advancing south toward St. Albans, where King Henry was being held. There, she confronted the Earl of Warwick, defeated his forces, and successfully freed the king from captivity. Henry's mental condition at this point was so deteriorated that contemporary reports claim he laughed and sang while the fighting raged around him. The Lancastrian resurgence was short-lived. Edward of York regrouped his forces and met the royal army at the Battle of Towton in 1461. Fought beneath heavy snowfall, Towton became the bloodiest battle ever fought on English soil and ended in a decisive Yorkist victory. Edward deposed Henry VI and crowned himself King of England. Yet the conflict did not come to an end. Henry escaped the battlefield and became a fugitive in his own realm. Eventually, he was betrayed by the so-called Black Monk of Addington and handed over to Yorkist soldiers. Edward chose not to execute the deposed king. Edward of York was crowned Edward IV on the 28th of June, 1461, following his victories over the Lancastrians. As a usurper, he desperately needed parliamentary backing to legitimize his claim, but many nobles still supported the deposed King Henry VI or remained neutral, unwilling to commit themselves. This forced Edward to rely heavily on a limited circle of loyalists, most notably Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick. This dependence would ultimately cost him the throne. Warwick had urged Edward to marry a prominent European noblewoman, either Anne of France or Bona of Savoy, to strengthen diplomatic ties with France and neutralize the growing influence of the Duchy of Burgundy. Edward chose differently. He secretly married Elizabeth Woodville, a widowed commoner of comparatively modest status, though widely regarded as striking and charismatic. Warwick was furious and began seeking political alliances elsewhere. Edward further alienated Warwick in 1467 by removing the Earl's brother from the post of Lord Chancellor. By then, Warwick had amassed a formidable base of support and was prepared to move against the king. With Edward occupied in the north, Warwick marched on London and defeated the royal army at Edgecote Moor in 1469. Elizabeth's father, Richard Woodville, and her youngest brother, Richard, were captured and executed at Kenilworth. However, Warwick soon realized he lacked the broad support needed to control the realm. Edward, imprisoned at Middleham Castle, was released and restored to the throne. What followed was a fragile and uneasy period of peace. Ousted from court and stripped of influence, Warwick turned abroad, traveling to France and vowing to restore Henry VI, still alive in the Tower, to the throne of England. Yorkist rule continued to deteriorate, and Warwick raised an army of 30,000 men in preparation for his return. Landing in England on the 9th of September 1470, he advanced with overwhelming force. Edward, unable to withstand him, fled to Bruges to avoid capture. Warwick restored Henry VI to the throne, but this only brought back the same problems that had weakened Henry's previous reign. The king's unstable mind left England without strong central leadership, and the nobility quickly fell back into factional struggles for power. Meanwhile, Edward returned to England with the financial backing of influential Flemish merchants and immediately gathered support in York. As he marched south through the country, his army steadily grew. He then turned toward London, entered the city without resistance, and once again placed Henry VI in captivity. Warwick was killed at the Battle of Barnet in 1471, and just a month later, a second Lancastrian force was crushed at the Battle of Tewkesbury. Henry's only son, Edward of Westminster, was killed on the field, and Henry himself died less than a year afterward. With both the former king and his heir gone, Edward believed his claim was finally secure, but the kingdom was still deeply fractured after years of turmoil and civil conflict. Though Edward managed to hold the crown, he suffered a decline in health toward the end of his reign and died on the 9th of April, 1483. His young son, Edward V, was set to inherit the throne, but because he was still a child, Edward appointed his brother, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, as Lord Protector to govern until the boy came of age. However, Edward V would never be crowned, and England would soon learn that the new Protector had no plans to surrender the power he now held. Richard assumed the role of Lord Protector immediately after the death of his brother, King Edward IV. Although royal records indicate that preparations were made for Edward V's coronation, historians still debate whether these plans were sincere or merely a political performance intended to reassure supporters of the late king. Richard's later reputation as a ruthless usurper largely comes from the rapid and decisive way he consolidated power. Not long after becoming Lord Protector, he violently suppressed what he claimed was a plot against his life, involving the young king's uncle, Anthony Woodville. By arrangement, Richard and Woodville were meant to meet at Northampton and then escort the young Edward to London, ensuring his safety and legitimacy as he took the throne. However, while the boy waited for his uncle's arrival, Richard acted first. He arrested Anthony Woodville and his allies and had them sent to Pontefract Castle, where they were tried and executed for allegedly conspiring to kill him. Richard then informed his nephew of the supposed betrayal and assured him that the conspirators had been properly dealt with. From there, Richard alone escorted Edward into London and placed him in the royal apartments of the Tower of London, the traditional residence for a king awaiting coronation. But this was only the beginning of Richard's maneuver. Upon learning of her brother's execution, the Dowager Queen rushed to London to rally her supporters, but Richard had moved faster. Accusing several of her allies of participating in the alleged plot, he had them swiftly arrested, tried, and executed, effectively destroying the Woodville family's political influence. With their power crushed, Richard faced only one remaining obstacle between himself and the English throne: the two young princes held within the Tower. Fortune seemed to favor Richard when the Bishop of Bath and Wells informed him that King Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had not been valid. According to the bishop, Edward was still legally married to Eleanor Butler at the time he wed Elizabeth. If true, this rendered the royal marriage illegitimate, and with it the king's sons. Edward V and his brother Richard, the princes in the Tower, would therefore have no lawful claim to the English throne. A public sermon was delivered on the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral on the very day Edward V was to be crowned, proclaiming him a bastard and declaring Richard the rightful heir. Shortly afterward, London citizens and many nobles produced a formal petition urging Richard to take the throne himself. On the 6th of July, 1483, the Lord Protector was crowned King Richard III. At last, he had secured the crown. However, soon after Richard's coronation, the two young princes who had been living quietly in the Tower vanished. Their sudden disappearance sparked rumors and speculation that continue to this day. Some claim Richard had them murdered to eliminate any threat to his rule. Others argue they may have been smuggled out of England to safety. Whatever the truth, the fate of the princes remains one of England's most enduring historical mysteries. Despite Richard's rapid and seemingly decisive seizure of power, his hold on the crown was far from secure. Before long, a serious challenge emerged: the Buckingham Rebellion. The uprising, led by the Duke of Buckingham along with several nobles who had been loyal to the late King Edward IV, sought to overthrow Richard and restore the young Edward V. They saw Richard's government for what they believed it to be, an opportunistic seizure of the crown. But when rumors began spreading throughout England that Prince Edward had died in the Tower, Buckingham was forced to abandon his original plan. Fortunately for the rebels, another claimant waited just across the channel: Henry Tudor. Henry Tudor, the son of Lady Margaret Beaufort, herself a descendant of King Edward III, did possess a legal claim to the English throne, however tenuous it may have been. While the strength of his lineage was debatable, it was legitimate enough for disaffected nobles to rally behind. The Duke of Buckingham assembled his forces in Wales, while Henry, still living in exile in France, began raising an army on the continent. But just as in 1066, the weather intervened in the destiny of England. A violent storm on the Channel delayed Henry's crossing, scattering his fleet and forcing most of his ships to return to Normandy and Calais. Henry himself was compelled to anchor at Plymouth to ride out the storm. Buckingham, marching overland, suffered the same misfortune. By the time Richard's royal forces arrived to confront the rebels, the army Buckingham had hoped to rely on had largely melted away. Desertion left him exposed, and he was swiftly captured, tried, and executed in Salisbury. Upon hearing of Buckingham's defeat, Henry abandoned his immediate plans and fled to Paris. There, the French regent offered full support and provided him with a new army for a second invasion attempt the following year. In 1485, Henry set sail once more, and on the 22nd of August, his forces met those of King Richard III at Bosworth Field near Leicester. Contemporary accounts suggest that Richard's army outnumbered Henry's significantly, but the king was about to learn that in this fateful clash, loyalty would matter far more than sheer numbers. King Richard split his army into three major divisions. One was commanded by the Duke of Norfolk, another by the Earl of Northumberland, while Richard himself led the largest portion of the troops. The battle began with Richard launching a direct assault against Henry Tudor's forces. The fighting quickly descended into fierce, close-quarters combat, but Henry's men were well-trained and commanded by the Earl of Oxford, a highly capable and experienced military leader. Despite being outnumbered, Oxford managed to inflict heavy losses on the royal army, causing part of Norfolk's line to break and scatter. At this critical moment, Richard signaled to Northumberland, urging him to push forward and reinforce the king's collapsing line, but Northumberland refused to move. Meanwhile, on a nearby hill overlooking the battlefield, Sir William Stanley, son of the Earl of Stanley, had arrived with fresh troops. Stanley had served the Yorkist cause faithfully since the beginning of the Wars of the Roses nearly 30 years earlier. He had fought at the Battle of Tewkesbury when Edward IV claimed the throne, and Richard had even rewarded him with land in North Wales after becoming king. However, this loyalty meant little now, as Stanley held back, refusing to commit his forces until the outcome of the battle became clear. With Northumberland denying support, Richard realized that control of his army was slipping away and the situation was growing increasingly desperate. So Richard took a desperate gamble. He launched a direct charge toward Henry Tudor himself, hoping to cut down the young claimant and end the battle in one decisive stroke. If he succeeded, the crown would be secured and the rebellion crushed. But as Richard pushed ahead, he became separated from the main body of his army. Seeing this crucial moment unfold, Sir William Stanley finally committed his forces on the side of Henry Tudor. His troops swept down the hill, surrounding Richard and his dwindling guard, pulling the king from his horse. "My horse! My horse! A kingdom for my horse!" Richard is said to have cried as he fought with remarkable courage, isolated and encircled by enemies on all sides. Accounts claim he came within a sword's length of Henry Tudor before he was finally overwhelmed and struck down. King Richard III was killed where he stood, the last English monarch ever to fall in battle. The Battle of Bosworth Field was over, and with it, Richard's reign. Legend says that the English crown was discovered resting against a nearby hawthorn bush and was placed on Henry Tudor's head on the battlefield itself. Richard's body was carried to Leicester and buried hastily and without ceremony in a local abbey. With his death came the definitive end of the Wars of the Roses. Richard III was the last Plantagenet king to rule England, his fall bringing a close to one dynasty and ushering in a new one under Henry VII and the House of Tudor. After more than 30 years of civil strife, England finally had a new monarch. Henry Tudor was crowned Henry VII at Westminster Abbey on the 30th of October, 1485, marking the beginning of the early modern era in English history. However, being king by right of conquest meant that Henry now faced the difficult task of securing his rule and stabilizing the kingdom. To strengthen his position, he married Elizabeth of York, the daughter of Edward IV, uniting the rival houses of Lancaster and York under a new royal line, the Tudors. Henry rewarded those who pledged loyalty to him and punished those who had supported Richard III. Many nobles, weary of constant conflict, welcomed the change and willingly accepted Henry as their new ruler. Once his throne was secure, Henry turned his attention to repairing the kingdom he now controlled. Years of war and political turmoil had left England in severe administrative and financial chaos. Fortunately, Henry VII was exactly the ruler the realm needed. He firmly believed in royal absolutism, the idea that a king ruled by divine right and did not have to answer to Parliament, the nobility, or the church. As a result, Henry took a direct and personal role in governing the kingdom. Detail-oriented, diligent, and politically shrewd, he quickly proved to be a capable diplomat and administrator. His first priority was restoring the crown's finances, which had been severely depleted by decades of conflict. Civil wars are never kind to a royal treasury, and after 3 decades of conflict, combined with the Great Slump, which had ended only 5 years before Henry's ascension, England's finances were in a disastrous state. Henry moved quickly to repair the economic damage. He revitalized the exchequer and strengthened the realm's system of taxation by keeping the same core financial advisors throughout his entire reign. This continuity provided stability and allowed the treasury staff to refine and improve their administrative processes. Unlike many of the kings who came before him, Henry was not prone to lavish spending. Instead, he managed the royal finances with caution and discipline, avoiding costly feasts and royal extravagance in favor of restoring the kingdom's economic foundation. In 1486, he introduced the Acts of Resumption, which returned to the crown vast amounts of land that had been granted away during the Wars of the Roses. This not only bolstered royal authority, but dramatically increased the crown's financial resources. However, Henry's most significant economic accomplishment was the Magnus Intercursus, the Great Agreement. As discussed earlier, England had shifted from predominantly crop-based agriculture to sheep farming generations prior. By Henry VII's time, the wool trade had become England's most valuable export, powering the country's economy and supplying demand across Europe. But this trade was jeopardized when Margaret of Burgundy supported the pretender Perkin Warbeck, igniting one of the earliest major challenges to Henry's reign. In response, Henry imposed a trade embargo on Burgundy, cutting off their supply of English wool and halting much of England's continental commerce. But wool, especially English wool, was indispensable, highly prized in markets from Rome to Paris. It was not long before both sides were pushed to negotiate. The resulting treaty, the Magnus Intercursus, reopened trade between England and Burgundy while heavily favoring the English. It removed many of the taxes imposed on English goods entering European markets, enriching the crown and strengthening England's economic position for years to come. Henry VII faced two significant pretenders during his reign. The first was Lambert Simnel, a young boy who had been persuaded into claiming that he was one of the missing princes in the Tower. After Simnel's forces were defeated, Henry showed remarkable clemency, sparing the boy's life and assigning him a position in the royal kitchens, where he remained for the rest of his days. The second pretender was far more dangerous, Perkin Warbeck. Backed by Margaret of Burgundy, he rallied support on the continent and raised an army with the intention of invading England. Warbeck too was eventually defeated, but unlike Simnel, he was not granted mercy. He was executed by hanging along with his supporters. Despite these challenges, Henry VII's reign was largely peaceful and prosperous. He proved himself a capable and effective administrator, ruling for 24 years, during which the power of the crown grew steadily, as did its wealth. The kingdom welcomed the stability he brought, and throughout his reign, his legitimacy was never seriously questioned. However, the later years of Henry's rule were overshadowed by personal loss. His eldest son, Arthur, died of the English sweating sickness, a tragedy that reportedly devastated the king. Normally reserved and composed, Henry was said to be heard openly weeping for his son. A year later, Queen Elizabeth passed away, and the grief-stricken king secluded himself for weeks, refusing to speak to anyone. Many contemporaries believed that Henry never fully recovered from the loss of his wife. Henry VII died on the 21st of April 1509 and was succeeded by his remaining son, Henry, Duke of York. There is a compelling case to be made that no English monarch is more famous than Henry VIII, an irony when considering that he was never intended to rule at all. King Henry VII's heir was his firstborn son, Arthur, Prince of Wales. Born in 1486, Arthur was raised in the royal court and meticulously prepared to inherit the throne. His younger brother Henry, by contrast, was brought up as a prince with few real duties. He spent his youth hunting, drinking, and competing in various sports, perfectly content to let Arthur inherit the crown. At only 15, Arthur married Catherine of Aragon, the daughter of Spain's powerful Catholic monarchs, creating a strong political bond between the two kingdoms. But just 6 months after the marriage, tragedy struck. Both Arthur and Catherine contracted the dreaded sweating sickness. Catherine survived, but Arthur did not, leaving the succession to fall unexpectedly to his younger brother, Henry. History has not been especially gentle to Henry VIII. He is often remembered chiefly for two things: his 6 wives and his break from the Catholic Church. Popular portrayals paint him as obese, crude, irrational, and uncultured, an image far removed from how he was viewed in his own lifetime. In reality, the young Henry VIII was athletic, musically talented, highly educated, and deeply religious. These qualities made him widely admired in the English court and respected by foreign rulers. However, while Henry shone in social and cultural settings, he proved far less capable as a statesman. He had no interest in administration and lacked the fiscal discipline of his father. As a result, the well-stocked royal treasury that Henry VII had painstakingly built was largely drained by the end of Henry VIII's reign. Henry ruled with a council that largely obeyed him, in no small part because they understood his willingness to resort to execution when crossed. Among its members was Sir Thomas More, who served the king loyally, and in time the two even became close friends. But Henry had little interest in the daily burden of governance, so he handed the responsibilities of running the kingdom to Cardinal Thomas Wolsey. Wolsey, the son of a Suffolk wool dealer, was a brilliant administrator and diplomat. Despite Henry's extravagant spending and poor financial management, Wolsey managed to keep England functioning smoothly. His rise through the ranks of the church was extraordinary. First Bishop of London, then Archbishop of York, then Cardinal and Lord Chancellor of England, and eventually even Papal Legate. He was one of the most successful new men of his generation, and there were genuine discussions in Europe about Wolsey possibly becoming Pope. Many historians believe he was ultimately passed over due to England's increasingly awkward position during a time of enormous religious change. This era was known as the Reformation, a period in which scholars and theologians across Europe began openly challenging the established authority and practices of the Catholic Church. Many of these reformers lived and worked in England, arguing that the Church had grown corrupt and needed radical change. However, it is important to understand that Henry VIII's eventual break with the Catholic Church was not driven by support for their movement. Henry remained a religious conservative and had no interest in Protestant reforms. His split from Rome was motivated entirely by personal necessity. After Arthur's death, Henry had been granted special dispensation by the Pope to marry his brother's widow, Catherine of Aragon, on the grounds that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated. For many years, the couple lived contentedly, but as time passed, a serious issue became impossible to ignore. Henry was desperate for a male heir, and after 24 years of marriage to Catherine of Aragon, they had produced only one surviving child, Mary. The absence of a son led the king's attention to drift, and soon it settled on Anne Boleyn, one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. Anne refused to become his mistress, and insisted that if Henry wanted her, he would have to make her his wife. Henry returned to his trusted chancellor, Cardinal Wolsey, tasking him with the difficult mission of persuading the Pope to annul his marriage to Catherine. The Pope refused. Enraged and seeking someone to blame, Henry dismissed Wolsey from office and charged him with treason. Wolsey, however, died shortly after his downfall, avoiding what would have been a long and humiliating trial. Meanwhile, Henry found himself pressed for time. Anne had become pregnant, and the king was convinced she was carrying a son. But since Henry was still married to Catherine, any child from another woman would be considered illegitimate and therefore ineligible to succeed him. Realizing the Pope would not support his cause, Henry turned to Parliament, forcing them to declare his marriage to Catherine invalid. He then secretly married Anne, and her child was born not long after. To Henry's disappointment, it was a girl, the future Elizabeth I. Henry's actions angered not only the clergy but also the Kingdom of Aragon, setting the stage for a lasting international conflict. With his ties to Rome shattered, Henry resolved to take control of the situation himself. In 1534, the Act of Supremacy was passed, declaring Henry, not the Pope, the supreme head of the Church of England. But how did Henry manage to achieve something that had seemed impossible for centuries? Since the days of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, Rome had been the unquestioned authority over the English Church. The answer lies in the Reformation. By the early 16th century, the Catholic Church had lost immense public trust. Many in England saw church officials as wealthy, corrupt, and disconnected from the everyday struggles of ordinary people. The resentment was so widespread that Henry found fertile ground for sweeping religious and political change. With the Act of Supremacy, Henry finally had the power he wanted. As head of the church, he could act without papal interference, and those who opposed him faced deadly consequences. One of the most shocking examples came when Sir Thomas More, once a close friend and trusted advisor, refused to swear the oath of succession. Henry had him beheaded, proving that rank, loyalty, and history mattered little when set against the king's authority. It is said that this was the one action Henry VIII truly regretted in his life. Anne Boleyn's failure to provide Henry with the male heir he desired soon sealed her fate as well. Convinced she was unfaithful, even with her own brother, Henry had both charged with treason and executed. He then married Jane Seymour, a woman of far simpler background and education than his previous wives, but one Henry was genuinely fond of. Jane succeeded where the others had failed, giving Henry a son, Edward. But the boy was sickly, and many doubted he would survive to adulthood. And so Henry continued his relentless search for stability, heirs, and the dynasty he was determined to secure. Jane Seymour died from postnatal complications only weeks after Edward's birth, and the devastated king mourned her deeply. By 1540, Henry was convinced to wed Anne of Cleves, but the marriage proved disastrous. Henry found Anne unattractive, and the union lasted barely a year before he had it annulled. That same year, he married 19-year-old Catherine Howard, cousin of Anne Boleyn. Like her cousin before her, Catherine was accused of adultery and subsequently executed. Henry's sixth and final wife was Catherine Parr, who outlived him. When the 55-year-old king died in 1547, she became a widow. Henry was laid to rest in St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, beside the remains of Jane Seymour, the only wife to give him the male heir he so desperately sought. Henry VIII's reign is regarded as one of the most pivotal in English history. He died believing he had secured his greatest goal, a male successor on the throne. Yet, as we will see, his choices set England on a path of turmoil and bloodshed, claiming the lives of all but one of his children. Crowned on the 20th of February, 1547, Edward was only 9 years old when he inherited the throne, leaving the governance of England in the hands of a regency council led by his uncle, Edward Seymour. As the youngest of Henry VIII's 3 legitimate children, Edward was the first English monarch raised entirely Protestant, and his short reign was defined by significant religious and economic upheaval. The latter was largely inherited from his father. Henry VIII had drained the crown's coffers through excessive spending, extravagant displays, and poor financial management. Matters worsened when the young king, through his council, waged an expensive and ineffective war against Scotland. The conflict ended in peace only after England agreed to withdraw its forces from both Scottish territory and northern France. But the most transformative changes of Edward's reign occurred in religion. While Henry VIII had severed ties with the Catholic Church in Rome, he had remained doctrinally Catholic and maintained many traditional practices throughout the realm. Edward, however, was raised a staunch Protestant, and under the guidance of Lord Protector Seymour, sweeping reforms were enacted. Core pillars of Catholic worship, such as the Mass and clerical celibacy, were abolished. Seymour also introduced the Acts of Uniformity, requiring all subjects in the kingdom to attend Sunday worship. Though authoritarian in nature, this legislation did have an unexpected side effect. It gave the English commoner a guaranteed weekly day of rest. While the council ruled in his stead, Edward VI battled constant ill health. He was frail, sickly, and grew progressively weaker with each passing year. In 1553, at only 15 years of age, the young king succumbed to his illness. Before his death, childless and determined to ensure England remained Protestant, Edward worked with his council to alter the succession. They bypassed his older half-sisters, Mary and Elizabeth, and instead named his Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, granddaughter of Henry VII, as his heir. It was a dramatic move, one that removed Mary entirely from the line of succession. Mary was a committed Catholic, and Edward feared that her accession would undo the religious transformation he and his council had worked to establish. As so often happened with the death of a monarch, Edward's passing on the 6th of July, 1553, threw England into turmoil. Lady Jane Grey was never crowned. Though proclaimed queen, she failed to gather meaningful support beyond the walls of the royal court. After just 9 days, her fragile reign collapsed when Mary Tudor, Henry VIII's eldest daughter by Catherine of Aragon, raised an army in East Anglia, marched on London, and deposed her. Jane was subsequently executed for treason, and Mary claimed the English throne in her own right. Assiding the disputed reigns of Empress Matilda and Lady Jane Grey, Mary became the first crowned queen regnant of England. However, her accession came with historic loss. England's ancient foothold in Calais, its last possession on the European mainland, fell during her reign, ending centuries of English presence across the Channel. England was, once again, merely an island kingdom. Edward VI's fears about his sister proved justified. Mary, a devout Catholic, was determined to reverse the reforms introduced during her brother's reign. She associated Protestantism with her mother's humiliation and her own displacement from the line of succession. Under Mary, Protestant worship was suppressed, and many leading reformers were executed by burning, earning her the lasting and infamous nickname Bloody Mary. But Mary's battles extended beyond the church. She soon found herself in direct conflict with her own parliament. Many of her attempts to repeal Protestant reforms were blocked in the Lords and Commons, much to her frustration. Matters worsened when she entered into a deeply unpopular marriage with Philip of Spain, a fiercely Catholic prince. Parliament refused to grant him the status of co-sovereign, preventing Philip from inheriting the English throne should Mary die first. The marriage produced no children, and by 1558, Mary fell gravely ill. It became clear death was near. With Philip barred from inheriting, the crown would pass to Mary's younger half-sister, someone who had never expected to become queen at all, Elizabeth. With Elizabeth's succession, the great religious pendulum that had swung back and forth since the time of Henry VIII once again moved in favor of Protestantism. Elizabeth was crowned queen on the 17th of November, 1558, and unlike her predecessors, she possessed a sharp political instinct and a deep understanding of diplomacy. She recognized that her survival and success depended upon securing the backing of both Parliament and the religious institutions of England. Under her guidance, the Church of England, as it is recognized today, was formally established in 1563. Its doctrine was rooted in Protestant belief, yet much of its ceremony, liturgy, and organizational structure retained a distinctly Catholic character. This careful balance helped to placate both sides of the fractured religious divide and brought a measure of stability to an England exhausted by decades of doctrinal conflict. Yet religion continued to present grave danger to the new queen. Before long, she faced a major Catholic uprising in the north, spearheaded by her cousin, Mary, Queen of Scots. As the granddaughter of Henry VII, Mary Stuart had a legitimate claim to the English throne, and many English Catholics rallied behind her, believing she was the rightful monarch. Elizabeth viewed her cousin's growing influence with deep unease, but at first hesitated to take extreme measures. Ultimately, she had Mary imprisoned in the Tower of London. However, during her confinement, evidence emerged that Mary had been corresponding with Elizabeth's enemies, fueling plots against the Queen and threatening unrest throughout the realm. Elizabeth was left with no alternative. In 1587, Mary, Queen of Scots, was executed for treason. Yet no sooner had this domestic threat been removed than a far greater one emerged from abroad. England's relationship with Spain had been deteriorating steadily since the reign of Henry VIII. The Spanish monarchy remained bitter about the treatment of Catherine of Aragon, and later about the political frustrations faced by her husband, Philip of Spain. By Elizabeth's time, tensions between the two kingdoms had reached breaking point. Spain remained staunchly Catholic, while England had become the leading force behind the Protestant Reformation spreading across Europe. But it was the discovery of the New World that finally pushed both nations toward open conflict. After Columbus's voyage in 1492, Spain had become immensely wealthy from the flow of gold, silver, and valuable goods arriving from its American colonies. England, whose own expansion had yet to fully materialize, turned to state-sponsored piracy instead. English captains preyed on Spanish treasure ships crossing the Atlantic, seizing immense wealth and delivering it back to London. Elizabeth publicly condemned these raids, but secretly she supported them, rewarding their leaders and even knighting famous privateers such as Sir Francis Drake and Sir John Hawkins. By 1588, Spain had had enough. The Spanish crown gathered a vast invasion force, over 150 ships and some 18,000 soldiers, known to history as the Spanish Armada. It set sail from Lisbon, prepared to crush Protestant England and restore Catholic dominance in Europe. At the time, the Spanish Armada was the largest fleet ever assembled in Europe and was widely believed to be unbeatable. It dwarfed the English Navy in both numbers and firepower, and when news of its departure reached London, panic swept through Westminster. The Armada was soon sighted off the coast of Plymouth, where English commander Sir Francis Drake was famously enjoying a casual game of bowls. Legend claims that Drake calmly insisted on finishing his match before going out to face the Spanish. The English fleet sailed out to meet the invaders, and skirmishes began off the Cornish coast. The English benefited from their smaller, faster, and more agile ships, which allowed them to outmaneuver the large and cumbersome Spanish galleons, inflicting early damage as the fleets moved up the channel. When the Armada neared the Isle of Wight, its commander was advised to seize it as a strategic base, but he refused, determined to continue toward his planned rendezvous with the Duke of Parma's forces in Flanders. The Spanish reached Calais largely intact. That night, however, everything changed. Realizing the English could not defeat the Armada in a conventional battle, Drake executed a daring plan. He ordered several ships packed with pitch, tar, and combustibles to be set on fire and sent drifting into the Spanish formation at anchor. The resulting chaos forced the Spanish fleet to scatter, breaking their formation and inflicting severe losses. The following day, the disordered Armada suffered another major defeat at the Battle of Gravelines, where the English again leveraged their maneuverable ships to deadly effect. As the battered Armada retreated into the North Sea, the English pursued them for as long as their supplies and ammunition allowed, before eventually turning back. The Spanish ships that remained faced a brutal return journey home, forced to circle around Scotland and Ireland. There, violent storms destroyed many vessels, wrecking ships along the coast and drowning thousands. By the time the surviving remnants limped back to Spain, the once mighty Armada had been utterly shattered. Sir Francis Drake returned home a hero, and England stood secure. Elizabeth's reign proved to be one of the most transformative periods in English history. It marked the rise of England not just as a European power, but as a global one. The investment in a powerful royal navy laid the foundation for the empire that would soon follow. Meanwhile, a cultural renaissance swept across the kingdom, producing some of the greatest literature, drama, and artistic achievement the island had ever known. Great playwrights such as William Shakespeare and Christopher Marlowe filled theaters across London, while adventurers like Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh pushed beyond Europe to explore the New World. The Elizabethan era became a golden age of culture, discovery, and national pride. Over her 44-year reign, Elizabeth I enjoyed immense popularity among her subjects, admired for her intelligence, political skill, and determination. One of the defining characteristics of Elizabeth's reign was her chastity. She never married, never publicly pursued suitors, and ultimately died a virgin in 1603. With no children, she became the last monarch of the Tudor dynasty. The question of succession overshadowed her later years, but before her death, she reached an agreement that the crown would pass to her cousin, James VI of Scotland, the son of Mary, Queen of Scots. His ascension peacefully united England and Scotland under one monarch for the first time, laying the groundwork for the Kingdom of Great Britain and the global superpower it was destined to become. On March 24, 1603, James VI of Scotland became James I of England. Although he ruled both realms, they did not form a single unified nation. England and Scotland continued to maintain separate parliaments, legal systems, and judicial authorities, sharing only a monarch at the top. Even so, James's accession marked the first major step toward the eventual unification of Great Britain, and he spent much of his reign attempting to merge the two governments into a single political body. However, despite these ambitions, the first Stuart king's rule would largely be defined by tension, disagreement, and division. Religion remained the dominant force in English politics, and James continued to champion Protestantism and the Reformation that had taken firm hold in England. Early in his reign, he ordered the creation of a new English translation of the Bible. Known as the King James Bible, it quickly gained immense popularity for its rich language and powerful imagery. Many historians credit it with helping spread the English language worldwide, and it remains one of the most printed and widely read versions of the Bible even today. In 1604, James expelled all Catholic priests from the kingdom, an act that ignited fury among the increasingly radical Catholic minority who still lived in England. One dark, rain-soaked evening in Northamptonshire, 11 men gathered quietly in the corner of an inn. By candlelight, fueled by religious zeal, they began crafting a plan they believed would end the Protestant Reformation and destroy its supporters once and for all. They planned to smuggle 36 barrels of gunpowder into the cellars beneath the newly constructed Houses of Parliament, waiting until the day of the grand opening to ignite them. The explosion would kill the king and his council in an instant, engulfing the government in smoke and flame. This daring conspiracy would become known as the Gunpowder Plot. Over the course of several weeks, the conspirators quietly transported their barrels underground, slipping past watchful eyes and avoiding detection night after night. With the opening scheduled for the 5th of November and the gunpowder ready, all that remained was to wait. But their plan never came to fruition. An anonymous letter revealed the plot to the authorities, and on the morning of the opening ceremony, royal guards descended into the cellars. There they discovered a single man standing among the barrels, Guy Fawkes. He was seized and arrested on the spot. For days afterward, he was tortured relentlessly, finally confessing after 3 grueling days on the rack and revealing the names of his fellow conspirators. The remaining plotters were soon captured, tried, and executed for treason. Across London, bonfires blazed in celebration of the king's survival and the failed attack on Parliament. This tradition, marked each year on the 5th of November, continues in England to this day. The conspirators had hoped their act would halt the Protestant Reformation, but instead it strengthened it. Before the plot, King James had promised to tolerate Catholics so long as they remained peaceful and obeyed the law. But in the aftermath of the plot, he passed a series of harsh anti-Catholic laws, and many members of Parliament who had previously been neutral now threw their full support behind the Protestant cause. Yet despite the religious turmoil, James's greatest challenge came not from Catholics, but from his own government. Parliament had been gaining power for decades, and by the early 1600s, its influence was stronger than ever. In 1614, James remarked that he was astonished his predecessors had allowed such an institution to exist, declaring, "It is sedition in subjects to dispute what a king may do in the height of his power." Like many monarchs before him, James believed firmly in absolute royal authority, and deeply resented Parliament's growing ability to question and oppose his rule. Despite their ideological and political disagreements, both the monarchy and Parliament managed to find enough common ground to keep the realm stable. The reign of King James I is therefore often remembered as a period of relative peace and prosperity in England. During his rule, the English crown founded its first successful colony in the New World, Jamestown in Virginia, named in honor of King James himself and the Virgin Queen Elizabeth who preceded him. At the same time, English literature and culture flourished. The nation became a beacon of artistic and intellectual achievement in Europe as writers, poets, and dramatists continued to elevate the English language into a formidable cultural force. In his later years, James's health declined, weakened by a lifestyle marked by indulgence and excess. He died on the 27th of March, 1625, during a severe bout of dysentery. At his funeral, mourners observed that the king died just as he had lived, peacefully. Yet beneath the calm facade, the kingdom was beginning to fracture. Years of religious tension and growing hostility between the monarchy and Parliament had strained the foundations of government. The new king, Charles I, was about to inherit a country on the brink of crisis, a realm that was dangerously close to tearing itself apart. Charles I was crowned on the 27th of March, 1625, becoming King of England, Scotland, and Ireland before a great assembly at Westminster Abbey. Like his father, he firmly believed in the divine right of monarchs and was determined to limit the power of Parliament, ruling England without challenge or constraint. Their first major clash occurred in 1627, when Charles attempted to impose taxes without parliamentary approval. In response, Parliament drafted the Petition of Right the following year, declaring that no taxation of any kind could be enacted without parliamentary consent. For Charles, this was unacceptable. He dissolved Parliament and began ruling independently, a period of nearly 11 years in which he levied questionable taxes and passed new laws without parliamentary authority. These actions turned much of England against him. During this era, the kingdom witnessed a significant wave of emigration. An estimated 60,000 people left England, with roughly half settling in the new North American colonies. While the king's harsh and arbitrary taxes played a major role, many also sought religious freedom abroad. Calvinist ideas had spread rapidly among the middle and lower classes, contributing to the rise of Puritanism. Puritans believed the Church of England remained too close to Catholic tradition and needed greater reform. To counter the growing number of Protestant factions, Archbishop Laud attempted to impose strict uniformity across the English Church, defending elaborate ceremonies that resembled Catholic practice. This clashed directly with Puritan ideals of simpler, more austere worship. As a result, large numbers of Puritans departed for the colonies so they could practice their faith freely. Meanwhile, Charles continued to anger the population through taxation. His decision to extend ship money, a tax traditionally paid only by coastal towns across the entire country, drastically reduced his popularity and strengthened political opposition to the crown. Frustrated by dwindling funds and mounting opposition, Charles I had little choice but to summon Parliament. The short Parliament, as it came to be known, sat for just 3 weeks before dissolving abruptly when members refused to grant new taxes until the king addressed their long list of grievances. Only months later, following a rebellion in Scotland, Charles was compelled to call Parliament once more. This assembly would endure for 2 decades, earning the title the Long Parliament. It quickly became clear that the king's authority was waning, and Parliament seized the opportunity to press increasingly bold demands, all of which Charles refused. The tense and fractured relationship between monarch and legislature, simmering since the reign of James I, finally erupted into open conflict in 1642, marking the start of the English Civil War. The divisions ran largely along class and religious lines. The parliamentarian forces, known as the Roundheads, were primarily composed of the Protestant middle class, while the Royalist army, the Cavaliers, drew support from the nobility, clergy, and many peasants. Initially, the war consisted of a series of inconclusive skirmishes scattered across England. Amidst this turbulence, a parliamentary general from East Anglia began to distinguish himself within the Roundhead ranks, gradually earning a reputation that would come to define the course of the conflict. Oliver Cromwell rose to prominence by organizing the irregular parliamentary forces into a disciplined new model army capable of challenging the king's forces. Yet for most ordinary citizens, life during the Civil War continued much as usual, with few involved and even fewer aware of the conflict's broader scope. In 1644, a farmer at Marston Moor was ordered to vacate his land as both royalist and parliamentary armies prepared for battle. Confused, he reportedly remarked, "What? Have them two fallen out then?" Little did he know that his farmland would become the site of a decisive turning point. At the Battle of Marston Moor, Cromwell and his troops delivered a crushing defeat to King Charles's forces, giving Parliament its first major victory and control over the north of England. Just a year later, the king suffered another decisive loss at the Battle of Naseby, ceding the south as well. With the war effectively over, Parliament returned to London seeking peace with the monarch. However, the parliamentary cause had grown increasingly radical, deeply influenced by extreme Protestant ideals. Archbishop Laud, who had resisted many Calvinist reforms, was executed in 1645, and calls for the king's removal intensified. In 1649, King Charles I was brought to trial at Westminster. Firmly adhering to his absolutist beliefs, he rejected every proposal for reform. Parliament, frustrated with his obstinacy, charged him with treason. On January 30th, 1649, Charles was executed at Whitehall. For the first time since the Roman Republic, England was governed entirely by a council of representatives rather than a monarch. The nation had become a commonwealth. The king's execution ended up being postponed for several hours, while the House of Commons rushed through an emergency act declaring that it alone held legitimate authority in the kingdom. In truth, the situation looked very different. Almost all real power had gathered in the hands of a single figure, Oliver Cromwell. Having shown himself to be an exceptionally skilled commander, he maintained control of the parliamentary army even after the fighting had concluded. Soon after his father's death, Charles II, the son of the late king, arrived in Scotland and tried to push into England from the north. Cromwell crushed his forces at Worcester in 1650, forcing Charles to escape to France. Meanwhile, in London, Parliament was becoming mired in endless disputes over what form the government should now take. Growing increasingly impatient, Cromwell used the military to dismiss the Rump Parliament altogether. By 1653, he had created the Protectorate, an executive body meant to govern England much as the monarchy once had. And, as you might expect, Cromwell placed himself at its head. Though he refused the royal title, his rule resembled that of a king. Strict, Puritan-inspired laws were imposed across the nation. Attendance at church was mandatory. Activities such as horse racing and cockfighting were outlawed. Gambling houses and brothels were shut down. Cromwell even abolished the celebration of Christmas. Before long, the Lord Protector behaved with the same autocratic authority as the monarch he had removed. He summoned Parliament only when he needed funds and dismissed it whenever it opposed him. The period became one of austerity and heavy restriction. Pleasure and entertainment were suppressed, and many people began to yearn for the return of traditional kingship. Cromwell died on September 3, 1658, and was interred in Westminster Abbey, an honor once reserved solely for England's monarchs. There were attempts to have his son, Richard Cromwell, take over the post of Lord Protector, but Richard was a less impactful character than his father, and as such, he was ousted shortly after taking the post. The Commonwealth had become so unpopular during Cromwell's rule that after his death, the people called for the king to be reinstated. Charles II came back from exile and was recrowned King of England on the 29th of May, 1661. The body of Oliver Cromwell was exhumed from its grave at Westminster and hung at Tyburn for all to see. When he began to rot, his head was cut off and put on public display outside Westminster Hall for the next 20 years. A statue of Cromwell still stands at the foot of the Houses of Parliament today. The Commonwealth and its Protectorate had a profound impact on English society. Puritanism became inexorably linked with military rule, and from this point onwards, the more Puritan aspects of the Reformation were staunchly opposed by Parliament, as the fervor of religion began to take a back seat in domestic rule. It also strengthened the bond between the kingdom and its king. In the next centuries, while Europe burned in the crucible of revolution, England remained a staunch supporter of dynastic rule. But more on that later. Significantly less stubborn than his father, King Charles II supervised the full restoration of the monarchy and the return of the royal household to England. The new ruler accepted many of the proposals that his predecessor had so fiercely resisted, and as a result, the relationship between the king and Parliament improved to a great extent. Charles II then began undoing many of the rigid Puritan regulations that Cromwell had enforced during his time as Lord Protector. Alehouses opened once more, theaters were permitted to perform again, and both sports and dancing were revived throughout the land. However, despite all the joy and grandeur that Charles II brought back to the kingdom, new difficulties soon appeared as England returned to its usual rhythms. The English navy was in a severely weakened state, having recently lost the Second Anglo-Dutch War, a conflict that allowed the Netherlands to maintain its position as the leading European trading power on the seas. Meanwhile, the Great Plague had struck London, killing an estimated 70,000 people and drastically reducing an already shrinking English population. The following year, the Great Fire of London swept through the capital, burning as much as 450 acres of the city into soot and ash. While the fire claimed lives and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of Londoners, it also effectively ended the plague, as the infected rats perished in the flames. Furthermore, the destruction provided the king with an opportunity to rebuild large sections of the old, decaying city. Houses were reconstructed using higher quality materials, organized civil planning widened streets, and the capital became noticeably less cramped. The old St. Paul's Cathedral was also in need of replacement, resulting in the magnificent architectural achievement that stands there today. At the same time, major shifts in government were taking shape. During the reign of Charles II, England began moving toward the cabinet style of government that it still follows today. Political groups emerged that would eventually evolve into the Tories and the Whigs. The country was modernizing at extraordinary speed, driven forward by the restored monarchy and the king's influence. England was regarded as a model state, and despite its faults, it truly led much of Europe in personal liberty and standard of living. But even with such modernization, religious conflict still influenced domestic affairs. A supposed conspiracy to assassinate the king and reintroduce Catholicism, known as the Popish Plot of 1678, revealed how strongly many Catholics continued to oppose the Reformation, its principles, and the king's perceived part in enforcing them. As a result of this plot, anti-Catholic sentiment surged, and for the first time in English history, Catholics were prohibited from sitting in Parliament. Nevertheless, King Charles II was far more popular than his father, and was widely seen as a modern and charismatic figure. He was amiable, approachable, and known for his easygoing nature. His court soon gained a reputation for moral looseness, and Charles was often criticized for being too passive, particularly regarding political questions. His marriage to Catherine of Braganza produced no surviving legitimate heirs, though the king acknowledged 12 illegitimate children by various mistresses. Consequently, when Charles II died on the 6th of February, 1684, the crown passed to his brother, James. James was proclaimed James II of England on the very day his brother died in 1684. He was a committed Catholic, and although anti-Catholic feeling was steadily rising across England at the time, he was nonetheless accepted as monarch. Parliament tolerated his personal religious beliefs, but they were far less willing to accept any legislation that supported them. James attempted, without success, to introduce several measures that favored Catholics within the kingdom. This quickly united the two emerging political factions, the Whigs and the Tories, against him, leaving the king increasingly isolated as each day passed. In 1685, the Duke of Monmouth, one of Charles II's illegitimate sons, landed in Somerset and led a rebellion against his uncle, gaining the support of local farmers and laborers. This uprising, known as the Pitchfork Rebellion, was brief and ended with the Battle of Sedgemoor, the final battle ever fought on English soil. It was followed by the notorious Bloody Assizes, a harsh series of trials punishing everyone who had taken part in the revolt. Under the direction of the infamous Judge Jeffreys, hundreds of men were sentenced to death, and the king's approval among the people dropped dramatically. Worsening matters further, King James had recently fathered a son, thereby securing a Catholic heir and strengthening the Catholic line of succession. Fearing the establishment of a Catholic dynasty, Parliament acted swiftly. They extended an invitation to the resolutely Protestant William and Mary of Orange, from what is now the Netherlands, asking them to take the English throne from James II. Gathering an army, William launched the Glorious Revolution in 1688, landing at Brixham and removing James II without facing opposition. The deposed king fled to France, where Louis XIV welcomed him and granted him a small court, allowing him to spend the rest of his life in relative peace and comfort. It is important to emphasize that William of Orange and his wife, Mary of England, were not usurpers to the English crown. Mary was the eldest daughter of King James II, and William himself descended from Charles I. By law and bloodline, William and Mary held claims to the throne equal to James's own. Still, beyond hereditary rights, what made them especially appealing was their unwavering commitment to Protestantism. William of Orange was widely seen as a defender of the faith, having led multiple campaigns against the powerful Catholic monarch Louis XIV on the European continent. Together, William and Mary ruled as co-regents, though in practice, William spent much of his reign abroad, engaged in the 9 Years' War, leaving Queen Mary II to govern England during his absence. She quickly demonstrated herself to be an exceptional ruler, decisive, effective, and highly admired by both Parliament and the public. For the first time since the days of Queen Elizabeth I, England's governing institutions experienced a period of genuine harmony and cooperation. Parliament passed new laws and levied taxes with minimal resistance from the Crown, and in 1689 enacted the Bill of Rights, a milestone moment that permanently reshaped the authority of the monarchy. The bill barred Catholics from ever again becoming king or queen of England, and forbade the sovereign from interfering in parliamentary affairs. Neither William nor Mary objected, and the power of the English monarchy was permanently curtailed. In 1694, Queen Mary II died of smallpox, leaving William to rule alone. Soon afterward, the king received news of a Jacobite uprising in Scotland, and he marched north to confront it. The Jacobites, loyal to the deposed James II, sought to assassinate William and restore James to the throne. After the Glorious Revolution, Parliament had argued that James forfeited his right to rule by fleeing the kingdom, which allowed William's ascent not as a conqueror but as an invited sovereign. This established an important precedent, a contractual relationship between monarch and people in which a breach, such as James abandoning the capital, could legally justify the king's removal. Jacobites rejected this view completely, insisting that a monarch ruled by divine authority and could not be displaced by human decision, making William's government illegitimate in their eyes. William crushed the Jacobite rebels, but their cause endured, continuing to challenge the crown for decades. For the moment, however, William and the Stuart line remained secure. With no children of his own, and following the death of his nephew, Prince William, Duke of Gloucester, in 1700, the issue of succession became the central concern threatening the stability of the dynasty. Determined not to give the Jacobites any opportunity to exploit uncertainty, William designated Anne, sister of the late Queen Mary and daughter of James II, as the next heir to the throne. On 8 March 1702, King William died from pneumonia while still recovering from a broken collarbone sustained after falling from his horse. His reign had brought remarkable stability, and he remained a widely respected figure among both Parliament and the people. The era of calm he fostered reflected a welcome easing of the intense religious conflicts that had troubled the kingdom for so long. Anne was crowned shortly after his death and inherited a peaceful and prosperous realm. Queen Anne was already a familiar presence in England and had been a recognizable figure during the rule of her sister and brother-in-law long before ascending the throne. By the time she gained power in 1702, she had firmly established herself within the English aristocracy and enjoyed strong backing from influential nobles and statesmen. During the early years of her reign, Queen Anne fell under the influence of Sarah, Duchess of Marlborough, and her husband, John Churchill. Over time, however, Anne and the Duchess drifted apart, though not before the Churchills secured significant authority and prestige within the kingdom. John Churchill distinguished himself as one of England's foremost military leaders, earning widespread acclaim for his achievements during the War of the Spanish Succession. The Churchill family continued to shape English affairs for generations, ultimately leading to their descendant, Sir Winston Churchill, guiding Britain through the Second World War. When reflecting on Queen Anne's time on the throne, the most lasting and significant accomplishment of her reign is unquestionably the creation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain. Although Ireland remained subordinate to England, and Wales had long been integrated into the English crown, Scotland still retained its independence as a sovereign kingdom. Anne sought to transform this, voicing her desire to unite the two kingdoms as early as her coronation speech in Westminster Abbey. In 1707, her ambition was realized through the Act of Union, which merged the Kingdom of Scotland and the Kingdom of England into a single sovereign state known as Great Britain. A new national flag was created to symbolize this union, resulting in the birth of the Union Jack. Unlike her Catholic father, James II, Anne had been raised an Anglican and therefore supported policies and officials who shared her religious convictions. She was well known for favoring the Tory party, which represented the Anglican majority, though she encountered growing resistance from the increasingly influential Whigs, whose power rose significantly after the War of the Spanish Succession. This tension culminated in 1710 when she dismissed numerous Whig politicians from Parliament due to their aggressive stance on foreign conflict and their continued insistence on maintaining England's involvement in continental warfare. Yet the war brought undeniable benefits. The English Navy, revitalized and modernized since the early Stuart era, had earned a formidable reputation as one of the most powerful maritime forces in the world. This strengthened navy also supported England's expanding colonial ambitions as territories in the Americas rapidly grew into valuable possessions due to the rise of tobacco plantations and the expanding slave trade. Despite the kingdom's prosperity, Queen Anne suffered deeply in her private life. She lost her husband, Prince George of Denmark, only 10 years into her reign, and toward her later years, she endured severe and worsening health problems. She became significantly overweight and suffered a stroke that robbed her of the ability to speak during the final phase of her life. Not long afterward, Queen Anne died on the morning of 1 August 1714. Her physicians believed her passing brought an end to a lifetime marked by illness and sorrow. Despite experiencing 17 pregnancies, none of her children survived, leaving her without an heir to inherit the throne. Because England barred Catholic monarchs from succession, Anne was required to select an appropriate Protestant heir. It was ultimately decided that her cousin George I of the House of Hanover would succeed her as ruler of Britain. With her death, Queen Anne became the final monarch of the Stuart dynasty. For the first time since William the Conqueror, nearly 7 centuries earlier, England once again found a truly foreign-born monarch seated upon its throne. Yet although the nation welcomed its new Protestant ruler, admired for his service during the War of the Spanish Succession, there remained one unavoidable problem. King George I was profoundly unfit to govern Great Britain. He spoke no English whatsoever, was meticulous to a fault, slow in judgment, and displayed little enthusiasm for directing the affairs of the kingdom. Consequently, he entrusted much of the realm's authority to a small circle of dependable politicians, a position that would evolve into what we now call the Prime Minister, formally establishing the cabinet system still used in Britain today. Crowned on 20 October 1714, George barely had time to learn the names of his counselors before confronting an old danger in the north. The Jacobites had once again arrived in Scotland, intent on dethroning him and placing James Stuart, the son of James II, on the British throne. As William had done before him, George swiftly defeated the rebel forces, and James Stuart, later known as the Old Pretender, escaped to France, following the same path his father once took. Meanwhile, in Westminster, John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough, had returned from Spain, ready to collect the payment he was owed. The War of the Spanish Succession had been financed through credit, under the expectation that the crown would later reimburse Marlborough for his forces and supplies. However, the monarchy was deeply indebted and, in practice, had no means of paying him. George I himself was a considerable spender and was notorious for keeping mistresses who frequently drained court finances through extravagant purchases and lavish dining. To resolve this financial catastrophe, George and his advisors devised a solution: the creation of the South Sea Company, essentially a shell corporation that existed more on paper than in substance. It would absorb the kingdom's £31 million national debt and convert it into company stock that could be sold to investors. In theory, this would allow the crown to regain the funds necessary to repay Marlborough without collapsing under financial strain. However, the stock became wildly overvalued and eventually crashed, bankrupting countless investors and plunging the government into turmoil. Westminster descended into chaos. Lord Stanhope, innocent of wrongdoing, reportedly collapsed and died following an exhausting debate in the House of Lords over the disaster. During this upheaval, Robert Walpole emerged as a critical figure. His skillful handling of the crisis and his success in restructuring the debts restored financial stability and spared King George from public disgrace. As a result, he was elevated to higher office and became England's first de facto prime minister. In the aftermath, the Bank of England assumed control over managing government and crown finances, a development that would eventually help make Britain's economy one of the most efficiently governed in the world over the next century. Nevertheless, King George, never popular to begin with, became nearly despised in the wake of the South Sea collapse. And with the rise of the Prime Minister's office, the authority of the monarchy was again permanently weakened. King George I died of a stroke while visiting his homeland of Hanover in June 1727, becoming the most recent English monarch to be buried outside Great Britain. His son, George II, succeeded him on the throne. George followed in his father's footsteps as a firmly German-English king. He is the most recent king born outside of England and chose to spend the majority of his time as ruler abroad in Hanover, where he exercised considerably more control over the running of the realm. You see, almost all of the domestic running of Great Britain now fell into the hands of Parliament and the new Prime Minister, and King George II grew frustrated at the lack of influence he had as a royal. He was able to exercise some control over matters of international policy and warfare, but those decisions were few and far between. One of these moments was the Third Jacobite Uprising. Led by the young pretender, Bonnie Prince Charles, another son of the former James II, the Jacobite rebels amassed support in Scotland and marched south into English territory, hoping to depose the Hanoverian monarchy. Charles Stuart had hoped that upon his arrival in England, he would be flooded with popular support and easily overpower the unpopular Hanoverian king, but he was wrong. While his army was able to get as far south as Derby, they were plagued by indecisive leadership and failed to gather any support in the realm. Fearing a retaliation from the king, Charles Stuart retreated back to Scotland, where he prepared to face King George's troops. At the Battle of Culloden in 1745, the final Jacobite stand would be slaughtered by William, Duke of Cumberland, on behalf of the British Crown. The fighting was brutal, and William gave his men orders to spare no one, not even the wounded. Charles escaped the slaughter, making his way back to France, where he lived out the last of his days a drunkard. The Scottish nobles who had supported the Jacobites were mercilessly rounded up and executed. It was so brutal that Cumberland earned himself the nickname Butcher Cumberland for his actions north of the border. But the revolt had been quashed, and finally, the Jacobite threat had been silenced forever. The uprisings give us a unique look into how life during King George's reign was perceived. Life was good, placid, and peaceful, and it was clear that there was no genuine animosity for the king, as exhibited by the lack of popular support the uprisings garnered. While the king was by no means popular, there was little incentive to depose him. The everyday running of the realm was firmly in the hands of Parliament, and a new king was not likely to change that. And this domestic comfort was very much a side effect of Britain's growing international successes. The East India Trading Company, that had been set up almost 100 years before, defeated a combined army of French and Indian troops on the Indian subcontinent, earning themselves a total monopoly in the region. Elsewhere, the 7 Years' War was raging, with fighting taking place as far away as the New World, and the first truly global conflict. Britain was ultimately victorious against the French, gaining new territories in Canada, Florida, Grenada, Senegal, and east of the Mississippi. Great Britain was beginning to emerge as the most dominant force, not just in Europe, but on the entire planet. King George II lived to be 77 years old, then the oldest ruler in the nation's history. But by the end of his life, he was completely deaf and blind in one eye, and as a result, spent much of his time bedbound and unwell. He died on the 25th of October, 1760, after collapsing near his closed stool, a precursor to the modern toilet. Because his eldest son, Frederick, Prince of Wales, had died suddenly in 1751, succession was passed on to Frederick's son, George III. Despite England enjoying a period of remarkable growth and expansion abroad, opening new museums and extinguishing long-standing threats, King George was remembered by his contemporaries as a buffoon ruled by wives and ministers. He was considered an inept ruler, and subsequent memoirs all painted an image of a king engorged on pleasure and drink. But had they known who was to come next, the buffoon and his wife might not have been treated so harshly after all. There was no way to know that the reign of King George III was to be one of the most tumultuous and eventful in English history. Domestically, internationally, and personally, George III faced pressure and conflict at every turn. Crowned on the 22nd of September 1761, King George III differed from his grandfather and great-grandfather in the sense that he was more English than they ever were. He was born on the island, spoke the language, and spent his formative years learning in the British kingdom. Those who hoped this would make him a more capable regent were quickly brought back to reality. King George III would frequently become afflicted with bouts of debilitating madness, rendering him incapable of ruling and sending Westminster into disarray. This earned the king the nickname Mad King George, and there were many attempts by Parliament to install his son, the Prince of Wales, to the throne, but every time they tried, King George would regain his senses and resume his rule before any permanent decisions had been made. His early rule was defined mainly by conflict, both at home and abroad. The American War of Independence was won by the colonists in 1783, severing the Americas from the British control forever and giving birth to the United States of America as an independent nation. Closer to home, King George was forced to deal with the Gordon Riots of 1780, where a mob of protesters rioted against the specter of Catholic emancipation and left the city looted and burnt after 3 days of violence. Before that, in 1799, the United Irishmen rebelled on behalf of the Irish people and demanded Irish autonomy from Great Britain. They were easily defeated at Vinegar Hill, and 2 years later, Ireland was officially unified into the Kingdom of Great Britain, forming the United Kingdom that still stands today. But framing all this was the Napoleonic Wars. A Corsican and general with a skill for warfare and lofty ambitions had quickly come to dominate Europe, plunging the continent into a state of perpetual warfare. Fighting was sporadic, and a number of coalitions were formed to try and defeat the pint-sized general. British naval victories in the Nile and at Trafalgar earned the United Kingdom a reputation as the fiercest navy in the world, while the land war in Spain decisively pushed Napoleon out of the Iberian Peninsula. Britain was eventually victorious at Waterloo, marking the end of the Napoleonic Wars in 1815. Historians often cite this as the moment Britain became the most dominant power in the world. Under George III, the early Industrial Revolution also began as steam engines were introduced to the British workforce. Protests against these new machines were common and culminated in the Luddite protest, where farm workers broke into factories and smashed up the machinery for taking their jobs away from them. The rapid changes in the workforce, alongside the economic disaster that was the Napoleonic Wars, meant that social unrest in Britain was at an all-time high. Mass unemployment, depression, and civil unrest ran rampant, and the king's response was to ruthlessly quash dissent, usually by force. And keep in mind, during all this, King George would often descend into crippling bouts of madness, leaving the realm without its figurehead for months at a time. In 1810, Parliament had had enough. It was clear that George could no longer rule, and it was decided that his son, George IV, would take over as regent in his place. King George lived for another 10 years while his son ruled in his place. When he died age 81 in 1820, he was the longest reigning and longest living British monarch in history. To this day, he's still the oldest reigning male king of England. George, Prince of Wales, or Prinny, as he was known to those closest to him, had already been ruling over Britain as regent since 1810, but after the death of his father in 1820, he ascended to the throne as King George IV. Following in his father's footsteps, King George IV was known as an impulsive, extravagant, and morally dubious man who enjoyed the finer things in life and behaved in a way that was altogether unkingly. He had the Brighton Pavilion built as an homage to East Asia right here on the English coast. Its gaudy and lavish design was polarizing at the time, but it has since become a national treasure. He remodeled Buckingham Palace and rebuilt Windsor Castle to reflect the splendor and power of the English crown. On a personal level, King George was known for being something of a ladies' man. Now, while having multiple mistresses wasn't uncommon, it was his behavior with them that earned him the scorn of his cabinet. One, a lady, Mrs. Fitzherbert, was said to have married the king in secret, and a tunnel from Brighton Pavilion leads directly into her home nearby. As a prince, King George earned himself a reputation as an extremely charming and cultured man. He is often remembered as the first gentleman of England, but faced an increasingly hostile public after his ascension to the throne. Crowned on the 19th of July, 1821, there was drama on the day of his coronation as the new king attempted to have his wife, Caroline of Brunswick, barred from the ceremony. He then petitioned Parliament for help in getting a divorce. Under British law, a divorce could only be granted on the grounds of adultery. Since neither King George or Caroline would admit to that, the king got creative. He tried to pass the Bill of Pains and Penalties, essentially a public trial that accused his wife of adultery and planned to use Parliament as his judge and jury to get a divorce and deny Caroline her right as Queen of England. The debate was heavily reported in the press, and public opposition to the bill was high. It eventually passed, but only just. And as public unrest towards the bill grew, the government decided to withdraw the bill in an effort to save the reputation of the royal crown. But the damage had been done. The court of King George IV developed a reputation for extravagance and scandal. George was himself an impulsive and unreliable statesman who frequently behaved selfishly and drew the ire of many in his cabinet. The king's power continued to diminish, and George was forced to accept Catholic emancipation, a reversal of many of the anti-Catholic legislation that had been passed since the reign of Henry VIII, despite being staunchly opposed to it. Catholics were once again given the right to vote, hold public office, and sit in Parliament. It was also during the reign of King George IV that the first regular police force in London was established by Robert Peel. But a life of overindulgence and grandeur had its toll on the king. By the time he ascended to the throne, he had gained so much weight that he was the subject of much ridicule during public appearances. He reached a whopping 17 stone, or 108 kilograms, and after a decade on the throne, his lifestyle had caught up to him. King George IV died on the 26th of June, 1830, surrounded by servants and cabinet members. A senior aide to the king privately confided in his diary, "A more contemptible, cowardly, selfish, unfeeling dog does not exist. There have been good and wise kings, but not many of them, and this I believe to be one of the worst." As his only legitimate child had died a few years prior, the throne was to be given to his younger brother, William Henry. Known as the Sailor King, William had spent most of his life at sea as a member of the Royal Navy. Appointed Lord High Admiral in 1827, he inherited his brother's crown at the lively age of 64. After being crowned on 8 September 1831, King William's comparatively brief reign still brought major changes to British society. The Poor Laws were revised and reorganized, centralizing their administration and establishing workhouses throughout the country, reforms that laid groundwork for the modern welfare system still used in Britain today. At the same time, child labor, which had flourished unchecked since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, was formally outlawed through the Factory Act of 1833. That same year, William presided over the passage of the Slave Abolition Act, which banned slavery in every part of the British Empire. It is important to note, however, that the king himself strongly opposed abolition and had argued against the act's approval. Despite these sweeping changes, the new monarch was significantly less involved in politics than his brother and father before him. The political authority of the crown had declined past recovery, and after failing to dismiss the Melbourne ministry, William withdrew from political affairs for the remainder of his rule. He became the last British king to choose a prime minister against the wishes of Parliament. Away from Westminster, William's private life remained more firmly in his grasp. For nearly 20 years, he lived with the Irish actress Dorothea Bland, with whom he had 10 children, 5 sons and 5 daughters. Their long relationship and peaceful domestic life reflected their strong mutual affection. William's father, George III, supported the partnership, granting his son the position of Ranger of Bushey Park, a role that included residence at the large Bushey House on the outskirts of London. But Dorothea would never become queen. The couple separated in 1811, and she was granted custody of their 5 daughters along with a monthly allowance, on the condition that she never returned to the stage. She later resumed acting to repay a debt taken on by one of her daughter's husbands, prompting William to cut off her financial support. Forced to escape her creditors, she fled to France, where she died in poverty in 1816. A few years later, William's search for a suitable royal bride ended with his marriage to Adelaide of Saxe-Meiningen. She came from noble lineage, was in her prime childbearing years, and soon developed a deep affection for William. His good fortune continued into his kingship, as he proved himself a skilled diplomat, particularly in international matters. He guided the early stages of the Suez Canal project and emphasized its strategic value in improving relations between Britain and Egypt. He also played a key role in repairing Britain's strained relationship with the United States, which had deteriorated under George III. At a dinner with the American ambassador, King William openly declared his regret at not having been born a free and independent American, a statement that won him admiration abroad. He held enormous admiration for the nation that had produced George Washington, whom he regarded as the greatest man to have ever lived. Under his reign, Anglo-American relations continued to strengthen, laying foundations for the close ties the two countries still share today. Yet despite his charm and diplomatic skill, William and Adelaide had no surviving children, leaving the king to confront a looming succession crisis as his life neared its end. William was deeply attached to his niece, Princess Alexandrina Victoria of Kent, and formally declared her his successor during his final birthday celebration. By this time, his health had deteriorated severely, but he was determined to live long enough to see his niece reach the age of 18, ensuring that the crown would pass directly to her rather than fall under a regency council, as was customary for underage monarchs. His final year was one of great suffering. Queen Adelaide reportedly remained at his bedside, refusing to sleep for 10 days as his condition worsened. King William IV passed away in the early hours of 20 June 1837, becoming the last Hanoverian monarch to rule England. At only 18 years old, Victoria suddenly found herself leading the greatest empire the world had ever known. Because Hanoverian law forbade a woman from ruling that province, the new queen was denied the title of ruler of the Kingdom of Hanover. By this point, however, Britain had already risen to become the dominant global superpower. Under her leadership, the empire would expand to its widest extent, reaching 35.5 million square kilometers, making it, then and now, the largest empire in recorded history. On 28 June 1838, nearly 400,000 people traveled to London to witness Victoria's coronation. She became the first monarch to permanently reside at Buckingham Palace, which has since served as both the administrative and residential home of the British royal family. But the excitement and celebration were short-lived. The early years of her reign were marked by social strain and division throughout the country. There was widespread agitation for electoral reform, with loud demands for universal male suffrage as ordinary citizens sought the right to vote. At the same time, many campaigned for the repeal of the Corn Laws, which placed heavy taxes on imported grains and barley entering Britain. In 1846, the Corn Laws were abolished and free trade triumphed, significantly improving living standards and contributing to a dramatic population increase during the Victorian era. Unlike her uncle William, Queen Victoria took a much more active interest in political affairs, more than she was formally allowed to. Because the law barred the monarch from interfering directly in government, she had to proceed subtly. Victoria attempted to influence political outcomes and ministerial decisions through private consultations and discreet maneuvering, a strategy she excelled at. As a skilled diplomat, she understood how to navigate the shifting political landscape of Victorian Britain, and became far more effective at shaping parliamentary decisions than her public image suggested. Outwardly, she maintained the persona of a devoted and charitable sovereign, frequently involving herself in a wide range of public initiatives. With support from her husband, Prince Albert, the first World's Fair was held in London in 1851. Albert supervised the construction of the Crystal Palace, which stood at Sydenham until it burned down, and brought together exhibits from across the empire in a grand display of unity, technological progress, and imperial strength. Although the World's Fair had seemed to promote ideas of unity and shared identity throughout the empire, the truth beneath the surface was far more unstable than the spectacle suggested. In 1857, the Crimean War erupted due to rising tensions on the European continent between emerging superpowers and older empires rooted in the East. Britain chose to support the Ottoman Empire in its struggle against Russia, seeking to maintain the balance of power in Europe and restrain Russian territorial expansion. Even though the conflict was unpopular at home, Britain and its allies eventually secured victory, restoring stability across the continent once more. Yet before any celebrations could begin, the Indian Mutiny demanded military attention and ultimately led to Britain assuming complete administrative control over the entire Indian subcontinent. As a consequence, Queen Victoria was formally declared Victoria, Empress of India. Previously, the administration of India had been shared between local rulers and the British East India Company in the day-to-day governance of the region. However, after the mutineers were defeated and the rebellion crushed, the British government removed both the Indian authorities and the East India Company from their positions of power and seized direct control for itself. In a proclamation directed to the people of India, the Queen pledged to give her new subjects rights and freedoms equal to those enjoyed by the British public. These promises were not always upheld, and her declaration would later be referenced repeatedly during India's long struggle for independence. Meanwhile, in London, Queen Victoria and Prince Albert continued expanding their family, ultimately having 9 children, all of whom married into European royal families. This extensive influence earned Victoria the widely known nickname, the Grandmother of Europe. The death of Prince Albert in 1860 devastated the Queen, sending her into a long period of mourning. Once an active and visible monarch, she became rarely seen by her ministers and, for a time, disappeared from public life entirely. In her absence, British Republican sentiment grew, and whispers of possible revolution against the monarchy circulated throughout the capital, though nothing ultimately came of them. Victoria eventually composed herself and resumed public duties, but remained in mourning, wearing black for the rest of her life. The Queen ruled for 40 more years without her prince, and during this extended period, her kingdom developed into a global center of industry, art, literature, and scientific advancement. Factories transformed landscapes from London to Glasgow, while new industrial cities expanded rapidly in every direction. Settlements like Birmingham and Manchester, once small villages, became the second and third largest cities in the country. Great writers produced celebrated works during this era. Bram Stoker wrote Dracula, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle created Sherlock Holmes, and Charles Dickens published masterpieces regarded as some of the finest works in the English language since Shakespeare. Major scientific and medical breakthroughs also emerged under her reign. Darwin introduced his theories on the evolution of man. Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, and germ theory became the leading idea pushing medicine and the prevention of disease forward. After King George III, Queen Victoria became the second longest reigning monarch in British history. Her Golden and Diamond Jubilees were occasions of great national celebration, and her 63-year rule became an iconic chapter known as the Victorian era. In 1901, while staying at Osborne House on the Isle of Wight, Queen Victoria died from a stroke at 81 years old. Her passing marked the end of the House of Hanover and its rule over the British Isles. With the throne now passing to her son, Edward, Britain left behind its long-serving queen and moved headfirst into a rapidly changing modern age. Perhaps with more willingness than it might have shown had it known what awaited. As the first truly modern British monarch, King Edward VII embodied many of the familiar customs, traits, and public expectations that now define the royal family. During his long years as the Prince of Wales and later as king, he traveled widely across the nation and throughout the world, carrying out ceremonial duties, appearing before crowds, supporting charities, and acting as a symbolic representative for countless public institutions. Under Edward's guidance, the monarchy shifted into a new role as a highly visible force for philanthropy, with the king inaugurating new bridges, opening schools, and supporting hospitals as part of his wider effort to modernize the purpose of the crown. Since direct monarchical involvement in politics had been legally prohibited, Edward followed the example of his mother, Queen Victoria, and exerted what influence he still possessed quietly, working behind the scenes. He redefined the nature of royal diplomacy, fostering friendships and alliances with powerful figures throughout Europe, most notably with France, whose people affectionately knew him as the peacemaker, although, of course, not all of his diplomatic efforts found success. Edward married Alexandra of Denmark in 1863, and together the pair had 6 children. Much like during Victoria's reign, the island nation Edward ruled was transforming at breakneck speed. Scientific achievements multiplied year after year. Human beings succeeded in taking flight. Wireless signals were transmitted across the Atlantic Ocean, and the South Pole was reached by explorers for the very first time in human history. Yet despite these huge advances in culture and science, the Edwardian era is most strongly remembered by the dramatic rise of socialism. Across the world, working-class people had gained access to better education and higher literacy. And as the 20th century dawned, large numbers of Britain's poorest subjects had become informed, politically aware, and determined to speak out for their rights. Calls for independence echoed across Britain's colonies, while powerful movements emerged to break apart the old class structures that had dominated English society since the distant days of King Egbert. By the time Edward VII neared the end of his life in 1910, he was confronted with a major constitutional crisis inspired by socialist ideas and demands. Only a year before, the Liberal Party had introduced the People's Budget, an unprecedented proposal that imposed new taxes on the wealthiest citizens of the realm, meant to pay for urgently needed social housing projects across Britain. Although the House of Commons successfully passed the bill, it was blocked by the House of Lords, an unelected body whose members held their positions for life. The Lords technically had the legal authority to reject it, yet for centuries, a respected constitutional tradition had stated that the Lords should not interfere with financial matters, because only the Commons held the right to determine how the monarchy's resources were used. The veto, while lawful, violated this long-standing custom and highlighted the widening social divide within the kingdom. Many lawmakers became convinced that the government itself needed substantial reform. It was during this turbulent period that King Edward VII died on 6 May 1910, leaving the throne to his son, George. The new king inherited not only the burdens of a politically divided kingdom, but also a world teetering dangerously close to a conflict that would soon engulf the planet. Before George confronted the immense pressures of war, imperial tensions, and constitutional disputes, he had been a young man who was never originally destined to inherit the crown. As the second son of King Edward, he spent much of his early life serving overseas in the Royal Navy, enjoying the freedom of travel and the privileges of a prince, far removed from the heavy duties of monarchy. But fate intervened, and after the sudden death of his elder brother and rightful heir, Prince Albert Victor, in 1892, George was urgently summoned back to Britain to begin the rigorous training and political education required for the future king. He later married his late brother's fiancée, Princess Victoria Mary of Teck, and together they went on to have 6 children. In 1910, following the death of his father, George was crowned King Emperor of the United Kingdom on the 22nd of June, welcomed by jubilant crowds throughout the capital. The constitutional turmoil that had overshadowed the final years of Edward VII's reign was swiftly resolved through the Parliament Act of 1911, which formally established the legal supremacy of the House of Commons over the House of Lords. Yet despite the momentary political stability, Britain itself was entering a period of intense social unrest. Socialist movements, which had been gathering momentum for years, were now spreading across Europe with alarming speed. Irish leaders called more forcefully than ever for home rule and a political separation from Britain, while socialist members of parliament rapidly expanded their influence, shaping debates and policy with newfound confidence. All of this tension, however, was soon overshadowed by events far beyond the kingdom's borders. Europe descended into unprecedented conflict, and the world was thrust into a war unlike anything seen before. On the 4th of August, 1914, just 4 years after his coronation, King George V officially declared war on Germany. In his diary that same day, the king wrote, "I held a council at 10:45 to declare war with Germany. It is a terrible catastrophe, but it is not our fault. Please God, it may soon be over." It was not. The conflict continued relentlessly for 4 devastating years as Britain and her allies fought against the Central Powers in a struggle that spread across multiple continents. By the end of the First World War, nearly 40 million people had been killed or wounded, marking it as one of the deadliest and most transformative conflicts in human history. The very machines that had propelled society into the modern age now delivered destruction on a mass industrial scale, leaving the British population deeply traumatized and altering the nation's collective memory in wounds that have never fully healed. Not even the king himself was spared from the emotional toll. For George, the conflict was painfully personal. The Russian Tsar and the German Kaiser were both his cousins, sharing direct descent from Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. As children, they had grown up together, spending summers at Buckingham Palace, pretending to fight imaginary battles and constructing makeshift trenches in the palace gardens. Now, those old childhood games had transformed into horrifying reality, enacted by the armies of their own nations with relentless and unforgiving brutality. At this time, the king still bore his German dynastic name, Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, and as anti-German feelings surged throughout Britain, many began to question his loyalty and criticize his supposed ties to the enemy. Even the famous author H.G. Wells commented on what he described as Britain's alien and uninspiring court, provoking George to reply sharply, "I may be uninspiring, but I'll be damned if I'm alien." Seeking to satisfy British nationalists and distance himself from German associations, King George V officially changed the royal family surname from the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha to the House of Windsor on 17 July 1917. That same year, Britain's wartime ally Russia collapsed under the strain of revolution. The Russian people overthrew the Tsar, imprisoned the royal family, and initiated the creation of the Soviet Union. Not only was Tsar Nicholas II George's cousin, but the two had been lifelong friends, and George initially planned a rescue mission to evacuate the Romanovs from the revolutionaries who held them captive. But the same revolutionary fervor that had consumed Russia was beginning to surface in Britain as well. Years of hardship had lowered living conditions so dramatically that British officials feared the possibility of a similar uprising. George worried that bringing the Romanovs, symbols of extreme wealth, excess, and royal detachment, into Britain might provoke public outrage and damage the monarchy's reputation. Ultimately, the Tsar and his family were executed by their captors, and Russia would never again be ruled by a king. By 1918, the First World War came to its end. The armistice was signed, and the German Kaiser was sent into exile. Among the once dominant European monarchies, only a handful had survived the turmoil, leaving George increasingly isolated on the world stage. The latter portion of his reign became defined by the growing appeal of radical political ideologies. Socialism, alongside its various offshoots, fascism, republicanism, and communism, spread rapidly, offering promises of justice, equality, and retribution to the working masses who had suffered for generations. The world had already witnessed the full extent of what communism could unleash during the Russian Revolution, and as a result, strong anti-communist sentiment spread rapidly throughout the British upper classes. The socialist labor movement, however, grew enormously in popularity within Parliament, and rather than attempting a violent uprising like the one that had overturned Russia, they aimed to cooperate with the king in order to introduce broader democratic reforms across the country. King George agreed to their proposals, and together they reshaped the public role of the monarchy, drawing the crown closer to ordinary citizens and the working population. By 1926, George had become a major advocate for expanding self-governance within Britain's overseas dominions. Then, in 1931, the Statute of Westminster granted territories such as Australia and Canada increased autonomy and local control, while still keeping them firmly connected to the British Crown. The king also played a crucial part in Britain's economic recovery following the 1929 stock market crash. He supported the creation of a national government and even consented to reduce the size of the civil list, effectively lowering the number of individuals whose salaries were paid by the government. These measures helped restore financial stability, and as a result, Britain managed to maintain relative peace and a basic standard of living at a time when the rest of the world was suffering from severe economic turmoil. George remained deeply wary of the rising Nazi Party, which had been gaining influence in Germany ever since the end of the First World War. In 1934, he warned German ambassador Leopold von Hosch that if Germany continued along its aggressive path, Europe would once again be drawn into a devastating conflict within the next decade. He was mistaken, but only by a small margin. In 1935, just 1 year before his passing, King George celebrated his Silver Jubilee, greeted by cheering crowds and immense national admiration. He remained a widely admired and deeply beloved monarch. The public respected him for his dedication to the empire, his steady work ethic, and his genuine concern for the welfare of the British people. As crowds enthusiastically cheered him on, he is said to have remarked, "I cannot understand it. After all, I'm only a very ordinary sort of fellow." His relationship with his eldest son, Edward, worsened toward the end of his life, as George grew increasingly frustrated by Edward's refusal to settle down and his ongoing affairs with married women. In sharp contrast, he shared a warm and affectionate bond with his second son, Albert, and became a doting grandfather to Albert's daughter, Princess Elizabeth, who lovingly called him Grandpa England. In 1935, he expressed a grim prediction about Edward's future. "After I am dead, the boy will ruin himself within 12 months. I pray to God he does not marry and have children, and that nothing prevents Bertie and Lilibet from reaching the throne." On the evening of 15 January 1936, King George retired to his bedroom complaining of a cold, and he never emerged from it again. 5 days later, when it became evident that the king's death was imminent, his physician administered a powerful sedative intended to ease him gently into death. The doctor argued that he wished to preserve the monarch's dignity and spare both the king and his family further suffering. It was determined that George would die before 11:55 p.m., allowing the news to be published prominently in the more respectable morning papers rather than in the less appropriate evening editions. Despite the king's own personal wishes, the British crown passed to his eldest son, Edward, Prince of Wales, setting the stage for one of the most turbulent moments in modern royal history. As the second monarch of the House of Windsor, many across the kingdom hoped that the crown might serve as a moderating force on the unpredictable and unconventional Prince Edward. It did nothing of the sort. As king, Edward displayed a marked impatience toward royal protocol and quickly alarmed political leaders in Westminster with his open disregard for long-standing constitutional traditions. Barely a month into his reign, he triggered a major constitutional crisis when he announced his intention to marry Wallis Simpson, an American woman who had already gone through 2 divorces. The British Prime Minister openly opposed the union, insisting that a twice-divorced woman with 2 living former husbands was entirely unsuitable politically and socially to serve as Queen Consort of the United Kingdom. Beyond that, such a marriage would directly endanger Edward's position as Supreme Governor of the Church of England, an institution that forbade the remarriage of a divorcee whose former spouse was still living. It soon became evident that if the king proceeded with his plan to wed Wallis Simpson, the Prime Minister and his entire cabinet would resign in protest. Such a move would violate the monarch's essential role as a politically neutral figurehead and could provoke powerful calls for the complete abolition of the monarchy itself. Ultimately, King Edward faced an undeniable choice: love or duty. He chose love. After a mere 326 days on the throne, Edward VIII abdicated, stepping away from the crown and from the responsibilities expected of him. Without realizing it, he had fulfilled the hope his late father once expressed. Prince Albert would now take his place as the King of Britain and its vast empire. When Prince Albert succeeded to the throne, he chose a regnal name and became known as King George VI. He was crowned on the 12th of May, 1937, to widespread public approval. Yet behind the scenes, the newly crowned monarch privately rejected the role that had been forced upon him. In his diary, he confessed that upon hearing of his brother's abdication, he broke down and wept like a child. Rumors spread quickly throughout the country, claiming that the new king was both physically and mentally unprepared to rule. In certain respects, there was truth to these rumors. George VI struggled with a speech impediment and a pronounced stammer, hardly ideal traits for a figure expected to embody national strength and resolve. He worked regularly with a speech therapist who coached him through official engagements, and in the surviving recordings of his speeches, the stutter is nearly undetectable. During the early years of his reign, the king embarked on a tour of North America, attempting to draw the relatively isolated United States closer to the escalating tensions in Europe. George VI, like much of Europe's leadership, understood that another war was almost unavoidable. He was compelled to publicly support Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain's policy of appeasement, even inviting Chamberlain onto the balcony of Buckingham Palace in a remarkable display of unity and confidence. But it soon became clear that the promise of peace in our time would not endure. The king received a warm welcome in the United States and succeeded in strengthening American sympathy and support for Britain in the event of approaching conflict. War erupted in Europe in 1939 when Hitler invaded Poland, leaving Britain with no choice but to respond in defense of its ally. Throughout the conflict, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth made the powerful decision to remain at Buckingham Palace, a symbolic act of solidarity with the people of Britain. Their choice to stay in the capital during its darkest hours won them immense admiration. As London endured the relentless horrors of the Blitz, the king and queen stayed in place, surviving a near miss when 2 German bombs struck the palace gardens one night, an event that further strengthened the bond between the royal family and the British public. They lived under the same British rationing rules as everyone else and were admired across the world as exemplary rulers who willingly shared in the hardships of their people. His daughter, Princess Elizabeth, even joined the army, repairing military vehicles as a member of the Auxiliary Territorial Service. As expected, Neville Chamberlain lost the next election, and Winston Churchill assumed the role of Prime Minister. Although King George was initially wary of Churchill, the two soon formed the closest personal bond between a monarch and a prime minister in modern British history. For 4.5 years, every Tuesday evening, they met privately for dinner, speaking about the war with an honesty rarely found in political life. Meanwhile, the king and queen frequently toured bomb-damaged neighborhoods and factories throughout the country, raising spirits wherever they went. King George also visited British forces stationed in France, Italy, North Africa, and Holland, and he quickly became a global symbol of courage and steadfast national resistance. In 1945, the war finally came to an end. The guns went silent, the bombs stopped falling, and Britain, alongside her allies, emerged victorious. During the celebrations that followed, massive crowds gathered outside Buckingham Palace, chanting, "We want the king!" George stepped out to greet them, and, mirroring his actions from nearly 6 years earlier, brought Prime Minister Churchill onto the balcony to stand beside him. This time, however, the peace would endure. King George later addressed the first meeting of the United Nations, held in London the following year. Yet, while the war had solidified his popularity, it had inflicted devastating damage upon the nation. Britain and its vast empire were left broken. The conflict had ruined much of the country's industrial infrastructure, and the Lend-Lease program had left Britain burdened with enormous debt to the United States. Abroad, the many territories of the empire, whose soldiers had fought and died under the British banner, now demanded independence. Some dominions, like Canada and Australia, had already been recognized as self-governing. But in the aftermath of the war, it became clear that Britain would have to acknowledge the independence of all her remaining territories. As colonial attitudes faded and imperial authority weakened, the British Empire was eventually renamed and reorganized into the Commonwealth of Nations. Some territories chose to remain within the new structure, while many others opted for complete separation from the British Crown. King George was appointed head of the new Commonwealth, and as a result, countries such as Canada, Belize, Jamaica, Australia, and New Zealand continued to recognize the monarch as their head of state, even as other nations pursued full political independence. India became a republic, while Pakistan and Bangladesh emerged during Britain's withdrawal from the subcontinent. Britain and its territories gradually diminished, and the once vast empire upon which the sun famously never set came to an end. Yet while the world celebrated a fragile peace, the king struggled with the devastating personal aftermath of the war. A lifelong heavy smoker, he developed lung cancer along with numerous other ailments, and the immense strain of the conflict pushed his already declining health beyond its limits. In his later years, his daughter Princess Elizabeth assumed many of the royal responsibilities he could no longer fulfill. On 31 January 1952, against the advice of his closest advisors, King George traveled to London Airport to bid farewell to Princess Elizabeth and her husband Philip Mountbatten as they departed for a royal tour of Australia. It would be the last time he was seen in public. 6 days later, King George VI was found dead in his bed at Sandringham Castle, having passed away at the age of 56. He was laid to rest at St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle. Upon receiving news of his father's death, Princess Elizabeth immediately returned to Britain and stepped into her place in history. At just 25 years old, Princess Elizabeth rose to the throne and became Queen Elizabeth II. Her coronation marked the first fully televised ceremony in British history, and more than 100 million viewers around the world tuned in to witness the event. Yet even before the crowning itself, tensions had already formed close to the young queen. One major issue was the question of the royal house name, which needed to be settled before her formal accession. Tradition dictated that the royal house adopt the husband's surname, meaning it would become the House of Mountbatten, after her husband, Prince Philip. The Queen, however, had no intention of permitting such a change. 1 month before the coronation, she issued a firm declaration stating that the royal house would continue unchanged as the House of Windsor. Philip, frustrated by this decision, famously remarked, "I am the only man in the country not allowed to give his name to his own children." His resentment over his restricted role as royal consort defined the early phase of their marriage, but over time he matured into a loyal, steady, and dutiful companion to the Queen. Immediately after her coronation, Elizabeth and Philip embarked on a 7-month tour of the newly formed Commonwealth of Nations. She became the first reigning monarch of Australia and New Zealand to visit their lands, and it is estimated that nearly half of Australia's population turned out to greet her during the state visit. Throughout her long life, the Queen traveled relentlessly, and by the end of her reign, she had become the most widely traveled head of state in history. She was also the first British monarch to visit a communist nation, making a historic state visit to Yugoslavia in the 1970s. Later, her trip to the People's Republic of China in the 1980s became the first official visit by a British monarch to China in the entire span of the two nations' millennia-long history. However, once she returned home from her tour and resumed her duties in Westminster, the Queen witnessed the political authority of the monarchy diminish yet again, continuing the long trend of shrinking royal power. The ruling Conservative Party at the time had no formal method for selecting a new leader. As a result, when Anthony Eden resigned as Prime Minister, the responsibility fell directly to Queen Elizabeth II to choose who would form the next government. After consulting a small circle of senior advisors and party figures, she appointed their recommended candidate, Harold Macmillan. This decision, combined with the humiliation of the Suez Crisis, brought the first serious wave of personal criticism against the Queen. Lord Altrincham, writing in a magazine he owned and edited, accused Elizabeth of being hopelessly out of touch. His comments triggered outrage across the country, leading to prominent public denunciations and even a slap from a member of the public who took offense on the Queen's behalf. 6 years later, when Macmillan retired, the Queen once again had to choose a successor. She selected Alec Douglas Home as Prime Minister, yet again drawing criticism for basing her choice on the advice of a small, elite circle rather than a transparent party process. In 1965, the Conservative Party finally introduced a formal leadership election system, ending the monarch's direct involvement in choosing prime ministers. But this reduction in political influence was only the beginning. The wave of decolonization, which had already gained momentum during her father's reign, accelerated rapidly. Across Africa, the colonial structure Britain had imposed unraveled quickly as 20 African nations achieved full independence during the 1960s and 70s. As the Queen's authority overseas receded, Britain redirected its ambitions closer to home, seeking membership in the European Community, the organization that later evolved into the European Union. The country successfully joined in 1973. During this period, concerns about the monarchy's relevance and influence grew across the Commonwealth. In Australia, Republican sentiment increased, while in Canada, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau appeared to openly dismiss the importance of the monarchy, famously sliding down the banisters of Buckingham Palace and pirouetting behind the Queen's back during a state visit. Yet only a few years later, when Canadian officials traveled to London to negotiate the patriation of the Canadian Constitution, they were surprised to discover that Queen Elizabeth was more knowledgeable and better prepared on the constitutional details than any of the British politicians or government bureaucrats present. Canada ultimately achieved full constitutional independence in 1982, but the Queen retained her role as Canada's head of state. She faced significant personal embarrassment when Anthony Blunt, the surveyor of the Queen's pictures, was exposed as a communist spy. And throughout the 1980s, she endured multiple attempts on her life, none successful, but each growing more alarming in both danger and boldness. During the Trooping the Color ceremony in 1981, 6 blank shots were fired at the Queen from close range as she rode horseback down the Mall in London. Later that same year, during a state visit to New Zealand, 17-year-old Christopher John Lewis fired a shot from a .22 rifle at her just as she stepped out of her vehicle. Then, only a year later, an intruder managed to break into Buckingham Palace, entering her private bedroom and sitting beside her as she slept. When the Queen awoke, she remained calm and spoke with him until security finally arrived. In every incident, she avoided injury. Despite these unsettling threats, she continued to win the affection of the public, displaying remarkable composure and dignity through each ordeal. Royal popularity remained reasonably strong, but the 1990s would quickly become one of the most challenging periods for both the Queen and the monarchy as an institution. During a speech marking her Ruby Jubilee, she famously referred to 1992 as her annus horribus, her horrible year. Several of her children experienced extremely public crises in their marriages. Prince Andrew separated from his wife Sarah, and Princess Anne formally divorced Captain Mark Phillips. Yet the greatest blow to the monarchy's reputation came from her eldest son, Prince Charles, and his estranged wife, Diana. On 7 June, Diana released her explosive memoir, Diana, Her True Story, exposing the deep turmoil in her marriage and the suffocating atmosphere she felt within the royal family. The book provided revealing details about Charles's long-standing relationship with Camilla Parker Bowles, dramatically increasing Diana's popularity while severely damaging the crown's public standing and tarnishing the image of the future king. Then, in November, a devastating fire erupted at Buckingham Palace, further compounding the year's misfortunes. Addressing the events that had unfolded, the Queen remarked, "1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure. In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribus." Before the century ended, the Queen played a key role in the devolution of the United Kingdom's Parliament, formally opening the newly established legislatures in both Wales and Scotland. In 2002, she celebrated her Golden Jubilee, drawing enormous crowds that astonished even the Queen herself. A decade later, the country once again gathered in massive numbers to honor her Diamond Jubilee. That same summer, the Queen opened the 2012 Olympic Games, becoming the first head of state in history to inaugurate two Olympic ceremonies, having previously opened the 1976 Montreal Olympics. Yet as she gradually advanced into her later years, the once constantly traveling and widely adored monarch began to slow down, marking the gentle transition into the final chapter of her long reign. She endured several surgeries and a series of minor health concerns, and eventually gave up driving on public roads entirely after her husband was involved in a car accident in 2019. In September 2015, Queen Elizabeth II became the longest reigning monarch in British history, surpassing the record previously held by Queen Victoria more than a century earlier. A few years after that, she became the first British monarch to celebrate a Sapphire Jubilee, as well as a Platinum wedding anniversary with Prince Philip. She attended the wedding of her grandson and future heir, Prince William, to Kate Middleton, along with the later marriage of Prince Harry to actress Meghan Markle. In 2022, she marked her Platinum Jubilee, celebrating 70 years on the British throne. That same year, she became the second longest-lived monarch in recorded history, behind King Louis XIV of France, who had ruled for 72 years. By this stage, however, the Queen had grown visibly more fragile and increasingly shifted public duties and ceremonial engagements to her son, Charles. On 8 September 2022, she suddenly fell ill, prompting her family to rush from across the world to gather at her side. She died peacefully at 1510 British Standard Time at Balmoral Castle, aged 96. Her reign had encompassed an extraordinary era of profound global and national transformation. Although royal power had undeniably diminished over the decades, the Queen's steady conduct ensured that the monarchy retained its stature and its symbolic influence. She was widely regarded as an exceptional stateswoman whose popularity remained remarkably strong throughout her lifetime, despite moments of public tension and controversy. She guided the monarchy into the technological age with poise, modernized the role of the sovereign for the 21st century, and earned the respect of people around the world. Her death was mourned globally and attended by more than 500 heads of state. In her absence, the British throne passed to her son, Charles, beginning a new chapter in the long history of the monarchy. Crowned on 6 May 2023, King Charles III becomes the most recent monarch in a long and unbroken line to sit upon the British throne. He has been an active public figure since his youth, speaking out on climate change, environmental preservation, sustainable agriculture, and even calls for royal reform as far back as the 1960s. His highly publicized and deeply acrimonious divorce from Diana Spencer made him one of the most polarizing and, at times, least popular figures in the United Kingdom. His later marriage to Camilla Parker Bowles, only a year after Diana's death, drew intense public scrutiny and criticism, though over time his reputation endured and he gradually emerged as a vocal advocate for environmentalism, heritage conservation, and reducing the size and cost of the British monarchy. With Diana, he fathered two sons, Prince William, the current heir to the throne, and Prince Harry, and he maintained a close relationship with both for many years. However, following Harry's marriage to Meghan Markle in 2018 and the subsequent public fallout between the couple and the royal institution, the relationship has become increasingly strained. Upon ascending the throne at 73 years old, Charles became the oldest person ever to be crowned King of Britain, and his coronation followed tradition by taking place at Westminster Abbey. Only time will reveal how the reign of King Charles III will unfold. Despite his age, the kingdom he now leads is undergoing profound political and social transformation. If the extraordinary longevity of his predecessors is any indication, he may continue to reign for a considerable period. Britain has formally withdrawn from the European Union. Immigration to the island remains at some of the highest levels in its history, and the nation is enduring some of its most severe economic downturns, placing immense pressure on the National Health Service and the broader welfare system. The Conservative Party has held uninterrupted power for over a decade, and public frustration demanding structural political reform grows louder every year. This is the complex and divided kingdom Charles now presides over. In many ways, he stands as a distinctly modern monarch. He recognizes that the role of the crown must continue evolving, or risk becoming obsolete. Whether he will meet this challenge, or whether Charles III may become the final king of Great Britain, remains a question only the future can answer.